Um, our topic today is ecosystems. And the question is, how can we integrate living organisms into buildings and cities? What do they do for mitigating climate change on the one hand and for adapting to its effects on the other? And what do they mean for human recreation and biodiversity? So a lot of questions all connected to that field of architecture and biodiversity and the biosphere. Our next speakers will also present online. It's Doan Thanh Ha, speaking to us from Hanoi, Vietnam. Doan Thanh Ha graduated from Hanoi Architectural University. In 2009, he founded H&P Architects and has directed the studio as a partner since then. The studio's work focuses on poor and disadvantaged communities in Vietnam. They design structures built from natural and recycled materials, and these essential spaces, as they call them, are intertwined with ecological systems to form nature-like environments that can adapt to changing conditions. The studio's projects have received international recognition and have won numerous awards, including the UIA Vasilis Scooters Prize and the International Architecture Award, and many more.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Linh. And next to me is Mr. Doan Thanh Ha. Today we will going to present our architecture work on the topic void, vegetation, and water. This is the presentation of the architecture work with the social responsibility that we have been practicing over 14 years until today. Okay. Can you see our slide?
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, the first slide we have we all learn about the crisis of the world, that the world is facing 5 major crises: population, ecology, resources, energy, and food. And these 5 major crises are all closely related to the environment and put the quality of the human life at risk of degradation. So therefore, in order to help improve the quality of life, architecture should be responsible for the nature environment and the social-cultural environment for a safe, friendly, and sustainable living environment. That's our diagram. Architecture serves an intermediary between man and nature. The realization of a close relationship between human and the natural environment and the social-cultural environment. As you can see, nature-based architecture also helps save construction and operation costs, enable a long-term coexistence with unfavorable factors, and minimize risks and damage caused by the natural disaster. I have always been thinking about materials, structure, and shape during the design process. I call them friendly materials and artificial structure in a natural manner with organic vivid shapes. Their friendly materials can be from the nature. For example, soil, rocks, plants, and the other thing is familiar traditional materials like bricks, tiles, jars, and the last one is the reused items like plastic, bottle, scaffolding, but used innovatively, such as they can create a large section from a small unit of material used in different and diverse ways. Construction technology appropriate with local conditions based on traditional techniques, but upgrade or combine with new techniques, depending on specific context. Along with eco-friendly materials, our nature-based artificial structures often include significant gaps to create space. Vegetation, they are plants, vegetables, intersperse between space, creating a sense of closeness and assuming a responsibility to return the green space. Previous, which is taken by architecture. The correlation between water and space, water surface, rainwater, domestic water, wastewater, and underground water. The first project I would like to talk about is Mount Khê Mining Park, a large welcoming space after its revitalization in 2019. Before 2019, this park was closed and almost abandoned for years. During the process, I decided to use gaps for connecting joining facilities to revitalize the park with its own internal strength. To be specific, certain abandoned buildings were demolished. A fence of 600 meters long was removed but then reused to help create new architecture, which is friendly and suitable with the open structure of the park. More continuous oval-shaped walkways are open, which go deep inside the park, making it a useful place for connecting with a residential area at the back of the park. 200 small trees and 1.6 hectares of grass are planted. That's the park after being revitalized. There's the reuse of materials to create new architecture in the park. For example, this open structure is created from the iron frame of an old merry-go-round and the roof system of a dismantled movie theater. In 2018, I completed another interesting project called S-SPADE. S stands for Save the Stone and Scaffolding, and this is a friendly open space in Doan Town, Hà Nam province. The design inspiration comes from the fact that the international landmark Kẽm Trống, located between the two provinces, being turned into ruins due to the illegal rock mining. To recreate the Kẽm Trống landscape, clouds, mountain landmark. This photo recalls clouds and mountain after completion. It has ruined many places of historical and cultural value, and thus accepted on the nature, ecosystem, and human environment. Peak urban context has been realized since 2013, which is the best PES Pavilion project, whose name is Open Space focused on cultural and artistic aspects on a periodical and daily basis, and serve as a cafe space. Local ramp outwards, temple roofs, and the free spatial layouts create interest viewing angles, almost no boundary between inside and outside, architecture and landscape. The space is expected to help heal from the stormy relationship between man and nature in the context of rampant urbanism. PE-friendly space is a long earthwork about 80 meters long, with zigzag and create overlap. Areas for use are connected to each other through random doorways, interspersed with plants and flowers. This photo describes the construction process. First crushing earth and then ramming each layer thoroughly with supporting tools. The project helps raise social awareness of today's needs for friendly open space to create sustainable space for the future. Design principles have been applied to this friendly open space during the construction. The first, no suppression on use. Flexibility in approach and use, no discrimination. No door, minimal use of door. Second, no separation of space, minimal internal division, enhanced connection through open space. And the last one, the third, no close relationship between inside and outside architecture and location. In 24, secure the food supply in the future. The blending of agriculture with architecture lays the foundation for sustainable development. Concrete trays of plants around the office help regulation the microclimate and create a unique permeation look.
We don't hear you very well because the internet connection is interrupted. Yeah, so please click through your slides slowly so that everyone can see them. And I try to tell the audience what you wanted to say. So I don't know all of your projects, but maybe I can give the most important ideas of your work. Yeah, go ahead. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next.
What I know from the projects is that they use a lot of reclaimed material and natural material. And as you can see, they also try to combine living, working, and the cultivation of crops. Yeah, there are small gardens on the roofs of the houses where they can the inhabitants can grow their vegetables. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Start. I can talk more.
What we saw before, the first project is that they it's based on a very common typology of housing, which is very compact. And they try to improve this typology and to adapt it to a modern way of living by breaking up that density and by separating small volumes from each other and establishing a very close relationship between the interior of the building and the outside. And the climate allows to have a very dense vegetation, which also helps to mitigate the climate, to improve the indoor climate. So it's a very close relationship between indoor and outdoor living. And it serves multiple purposes because at the same time, these little spaces are spaces that can be used by not only by the inhabitants of this building itself, but also by people from the neighborhood. So they can spend their spare time there. It's good for socializing, for establishing new communication within the neighborhood, so the entire neighborhood is also improved by these projects. And of course, by reclaiming the material, by reusing material, and also by reusing existing spaces, run down older buildings, they regenerate the neighborhood and these urban quarters.
The combination of two primary elements, the tree and the cave, has created noise space, a space with much room inside covered by a layer made by many tiles. This is the photo of the project after nearly 3 years in use. The architecture can resemble a tree. There's the pandan tree, where interwoven and spreading leaves from level for use. Besides, architecture can also act as a metaphor of spatial levels in a cave. This small house called agri-nestor, a combination of agriculture and nature, is another project that combines architecture with agriculture. It was completed in 2018 in Mạo Khê, Quảng Ninh. The overall structure is like a block of land rolled out of a field, with a crop field above and many nooks and crannies of the nest beneath. Closing wall with 2 layers of bricks, an air layer in the middle, and plaster concrete. and oxytocin are still applied. Doorways and plants are reserved in many places. A frame truss cover system of 2 to 3 layers, optional, can help expand space in the future. The roof promotes agricultural development, makes use of rainwater, and reuse domestic water. I hope that in the future, peaceful settlement will be formed, with importance attached to the development of rooftop agriculture. In 2020, we complete a house called House, House, humans optional use, with brick, steel, and bamboo as main building materials. The architecture is maximally tropicalized, protruding roof system, doorway, 2 layers of doors. The large roof enables the development of renewable energy and the use of rainwater. A column frame system consists of tube iron, 2-layer covering material. Outer layer is made of corrugated iron. Inner layer is made of brick. The roof is made of corrugated iron and bamboo bars. The house model can be used in many different terrains. House on steel in the mountainous area. House in densely populated areas in the delta, or floating house in the river regions. Back in 2013, this house was called Blooming Bamboo House. This is my first experimental model to be realized after 5 years proposal. The house is built from modular bamboo stick. There's the dimension 3.3 meter or 6.6 meter. The model is proposed for people living in natural disaster areas in Vietnam, prone to storms, floods, drought, landslides, or earthquake. And this model can also be flexibly used for different purposes: housing, community space, healthcare, classrooms. In river areas, a barrel system is added to help it stay afloat. The construction drawing of the house with raised ground level that can access the flood level access the floor level of 1.5 meter. Wastewater and rainwater are reused. Reception space of kitchen, bathroom, and stair to the second floor, as you can see in the pictures. And this is the picture of floating bamboo house model test last year in Hanoi. It's realized after 7 years proposal. This is a model for people in the Mekong Delta to help them cope with the scenario of sea level rise of 1 meter under extreme climate change condition, in which 47% of the Mekong Delta area will be flooded. The process of completing 2 different models with the same structure. There's an open space for community activities and a housing model. The large roof enables the use of solar energy and rainwater. The house looks like a water lily during flood season. It is expected to provide a useful solution to help millions of poor families soon be able to create stable and safe accommodation, adapting to the worst scenario of climate change. In the future, peaceful communities living in floating houses will be formed when many houses are connected to each other through floating playgrounds, vegetable growing rafts, fish farming, structural design principle, 3-in-1 with modular small house models. At least 3 levels are used: There are foundation, floor, and roof to save land and water. Architecture consists of three components: structural frame, covering system from 2 to 3 layers, finished parts, ladders, furniture, roof of triple benefit, agricultural development, renewable energy, and rainwater collection. The target station in Cao Bằng was the first project to be completed in 2014 in a very small scale. The space included a toilet, bathing, washing area, and vegetation. The construction site is Sơn School with no electricity, water scarcity, and no telephone signal. The design is based on the idea of a large tree with spreading foliage, which provides shade to the used bed beneath and inside. Beneath the ground is a septic tank, water filtration tank, and the vegetable irrigation tank. Above is the space for washing, bathing, and cleaning. The entire space is covered with a corrugated iron roof with solar panels. Rainwater and domestic water are also collected and reused for watering plants. Toilets for males and washing area. You can see the picture. Students and teachers and local people also participate in the construction process. Bamboo and silver pipes are reused to make wash basins. The area around is covered with vegetation, plant vegetables on the four sides of the facade and the surrounding terrace garden. The overall project is slightly hidden at the foot of the mountain after being put into use. There's the target station 2, which is larger in scale to meet the service standards by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education and Training in Vietnam and has been in use since 2016. The project is located in the campus of Tama Primary School in Điện Biên, a commune of a commune with many difficulties and with water scarcity. It is aimed at meeting the need of hygiene, bathing, and washing for 300 students. Sanitary equipment installed on the construction site has quadruple that is of the first version, and the vegetable garden area is also larger. There's a toilet for females, yellow, and for male, blue. Bathing area is the middle, green. Surrounding area is airy and covered with gravel. And this is the target station 3 located in a large park in Mạo Khê, Quảng Ninh, which was completed in 2019. Materials are bricks and iron frame truss, reused from old fence pieces. This is the diagram about the design principle for resource use 3N in Vietnamese. For educational and medical projects, water. Make use of rainwater, reuse domestic water. Energy, promote the development of renewable energy, solar, wind, and raw materials on-site reuse. So there is the project that I have done so far, and in my opinion, they represent architecture with social responsibility. Pursuing a career in architecture does not only mean to create beautiful, comfortable, and efficient buildings. The best design should reflect the architecture's intention to create a better world for future generations, space with specific purpose that help promote human dignity and improve the quality of user life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Really great architecture, great concepts. Sorry that the internet connection did not work so well, but yeah, I will try to summarize a little of what you told about the first project where we were not able to hear you. So it's a lot of community facilities that you are building, and what they all have in common, most of the projects have in common, that they are composed of not just one outer wall, but a series of layers that modulate and manage the climate. So it's in most cases you put great emphasis on a good ventilation, because that's very important in that kind of climate. And these intermediate spaces between the outer and the inner layer is very often used for multiple purposes. For example, for growing vegetables, which at the same time also shade the inner spaces. So it's something which creates a nice climate physically, but also psychologically, and it can be used for many purposes, for spending leisure time in this outer space, for using it also for work and so on. So I think that's a very, very nice thing. And what's also interesting about your architecture, that you are very interested in making the houses flexible, not creating them for just one specific use, but making them open for a change in uses, so that they can be that they can serve also future purposes which are still not known or can be inhabited by various people. Yeah, thank you very much. Section of the symposium is called Design with Nature, and we invited Louise Fiil Hansen from Copenhagen. She is here with us, no online presentations, she is here in person. Louise is partner and design director of SLA, where she is responsible for some of the studio's largest and most complex landscape urban planning projects. She deals with a wide range of design tasks, from nature-based city planning to integrated security design and climate adaptation. Across this diverse set of projects, Louise has a dedicated focus on how to spatially transform the classical challenges of the city, such as pollution, social segregation, biodiversity loss, and climate crisis, into possibilities for improved livability. Your presentation is titled Nature as a Launchpad. That's an interesting title, and I'm very curious to hear what you will tell us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And is this working? Yeah? Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation and for the introduction. I've been looking forward to coming here this weekend. I actually used to study here in Vienna 15 years ago, so it's wonderful to be back. I will share today some of our work at SLA. First of all, who we are, our approach, and then I will also share some of our projects. And then I'm looking forward to a good discussion afterwards. Shortly about SLA. It was founded 30 years ago in Copenhagen by Stiel Andersen. Now we are over 100 people working both in Copenhagen and in Oslo on projects all over the world. And in SLA, we dream of changing the world with nature-based design. We bring nature to the heart of our cities to create softer, healthier, and more livable environments. This is one of our actually very early projects in Copenhagen, and I will get back to that. Here are all my wonderful colleagues on one of our coastal projects in the northern part of Norway. We are a big group with very different backgrounds, but we have a common mission. And we often talk about what are we? Are we landscape architects? Are we urban designers? Are we planners? But we actually agree that we are a nature-based design studio and that we design places for life, and that's all types of life. So part of that is that we really do our best to connect people with new nature and to make nature and its processes an integrated part of urban design and development. And then we could have the discussion of why is nature-based urban development important and necessary. To kind of be a bit dogmatic, you could say that until today, nature has to a large extent been separated from the city. It's of course not entirely true, but we really see that in many recent urban developments, we tend to forget nature. So we really believe that creating nature-based cities can both help solve some of the problems we've created in our cities, but it can also help enhance the quality of life and our well-being. And there is no doubt that our cities are under pressure. We are experiencing a lot of challenges. One thing is that the air we breathe is heavily polluted in many places around the world. We experience extreme weather events increasingly day by day. And then we also see an increase in challenges in our mental health. And studies show that, for example, kids that have grown up surrounded by nature are actually doing better when it comes to mental health. And these are things that we cannot close our eyes to. And this balance between both the physical and mental conditions is something that we really try to bring into our projects. A while ago, we had a collaboration with the municipality of Copenhagen, where we developed this wheel, you could call it, a wheel of city nature and ecosystem services. And here we really had a focus on making sure that in every project we do, we both create amenity value and utility value. So it's always important to look at how can we make sure that the air is cleaner, how can we handle the rainwater, make the water quality better, reduce the noise in our neighborhoods. But at the same time, it's important to also remember that we have to have a focus on the social part and our mental well-being. So always having a focus on creating a sense of belonging, coexisting, learning environments, sensing and co-creating. And then of course we see the focus on biodiversity as the glue in all of this. And the next step in this is that we actually started looking into how can these ecosystem services also have an economical value. So how can these initiatives help improve also the values of the neighborhoods and the cities in general? So you could say that our experience up until now is that a city with a strong city nature is a more well-functioning, more viable, and more adaptable city. And this is an overview of one of our recent climate adaptation projects in Copenhagen that I will also go through a little bit more But in order to achieve this, to create these new nature-based cities, we really see that it's extremely important to work both interdisciplinary and knowledge-based. And when we say interdisciplinary, it's not just architects working with landscape architects and engineers, it's much wider than that. Because in many ways, we believe the time is over where it's only us as architects and designers that can solve the challenges that we are facing. This is an image of the Danish scientist Niels Bohr, who worked to improve his theories and studies through his life. And he always collected, gathered people with different backgrounds, different specialities, but all with the same mission of wanting to describe the world in new ways. I also read that somewhere outside of this image there's a trumpet if someone got a good idea, and there's a cannonball to shoot down the bad ideas, and a small drummer also to give applause. And we really are inspired by this way of thinking that if we need to find new solutions and methods to our shared conditions, we need to do it together. Of course, we are more focused on gender diversity and age diversity than this image shows. But that also means that we really work in the cross field of nature, people and design. So we are, of course, both landscape architects, urban designers, architects, but we are also biologists, plant specialists, ecologists, anthropologists, sociologists, and so on. And we really see increasingly how valuable that is in developing our projects. And then, again, in the focus on collaborative approaches, we really also believe in the complementarity of the built and the grown. There's no doubt that the built and the grown have different systems, different laws, different agendas, but we really see the importance of having cities where both the built and the grown environment are equally important and collaborative. And a project where the grown environment plays a really central role is in this project in Copenhagen. It's called St. Kjelds Plads and Bryggervangen. It is, I think, one of the biggest and probably greenest climate adaptation projects in Copenhagen, together with many of your projects, Rikke. You will probably show that later. But it is a project where we, together with the municipality of Copenhagen and more great collaborators, created both a cloudburst project, but also a whole new nature park. And the preconditions was that in 2011, Copenhagen was hit by a really big cloudburst that set the city underwater. This happens, it has happened a lot of times since, and it happens, like, you know, all over the world. But someone also once said that in order to actually create or have a focus on this, it needs to have, a city needs to have an event like this to actually take it serious. And that was what happened in Copenhagen. First, the focus was, of course, on repairing, not actually rebuilding for the future, but like fixing the damages that had happened. But after that, there was a big work initiated by the Copenhagen municipality, where a whole plan for the city was, a whole cloudburst plan was created. And part of that plan was to create a pilot project for a neighborhood in Copenhagen. It was one of the areas that were mostly damaged during the cloudburst. It looked at that time almost like this, a typical Copenhagen neighborhood. A lot of pavement, a lot of cars, very little green. there is a huge roundabout that looked like this. And what we did was to replace 9,000, or suggest to replace 9,000 square meters of asphalt with new city nature. And that means that the area today looks like this, at least on a sunny summer day. And you could say the whole scheme is this plan, transformation of the asphalt roundabout into a new urban forest, and then also new city nature and water handling in the roads around. And then we suggested up to 600 new trees, and again converted the asphalt, created a new water basin under the surface, and created a new traffic flow. And the main concept, I think, is in many ways quite clear. So really kind of optimizing the traffic flows, minimizing the paved areas, but really maximizing the space for a new biodiverse city nature. And what is great to see that what was before just a paved roundabout is now this new park for the people living in the area, but it's also a destination for the surrounding neighborhoods. I have more friends that meet in the roundabout and walk with the stroller and have a coffee. So in many ways it has become this destination where new cafes and new shops have opened. So really creating this new green neighborhood. But it's also interesting to talk about, because in many ways this is a new way of working with city nature, and it's something that people also have to get used to, because for many, nature in the cities is more grass, cut trees, and the more classical approach to nature. This way of working with habitats, huge variation in plants, is it's something that has created a lot of interesting dialogue and discussions. And there was what do you call it? Like a critic that went to the area to give it a review in the paper, and now this is in Danish, but he said that the first climate quarter in Copenhagen is a lovely, messy, romantic dream. And first we were like, is that good or bad? But we kind of choose to, because exactly this, not too planned, not too designed, but actually this messy dream that you can walk around in, that you can get lost in, that you can hide a little bit from the everyday life and the traffic around you, is actually exactly what we wanted. And I think that's also important to remember. We often talk about when we design new urban spaces, that it's important that there's plenty of space for lots of people to meet, and that's of course important. But when you ask people in many cities what they are actually missing, it's often more green, but also more quiet places. And I think that's really also important to remember, that we don't always design for a lot of people to gather or big events, but we actually make sure that there are in the heart of our cities also these green, messy places. And then, I also just wanted to bring this, actually I intended to be the title, Nature as a Launchpad, but I think you also already get the idea by now. When we do our projects, we often ask ourselves, how would nature do it? And this is an example of a concept sketch of actually one of our realized projects, Naturkraft, where we really looked into nature and brought it into the core of the design. So how does the water run? How does the sand move? All these processes intertwined into this diagram was very much kind of the starting point of our design. And then, this is actually from another project, but just to say this, we often, again, talk about how would nature do it, and what can we learn from the processes of nature. And that's also why we often do these experiments, you could say, for example, this is from a project where we are creating a new courtyard, and this courtyard is very noise polluted, you could say. There's a lot of noise around. So what we're doing here is to test how we can work with water in a way that it helps reduce the noise. And of course, water cannot take away the noise, but if you make water run in a certain way, it can at least give the feeling of disappearing from the noise. So these kind of performative aspects from nature is a very integrated part. So here we used it to design this new courtyard where the water is a central part of the project. And also again, this idea of being inspired by the processes in nature. This is pavement. We really try to do as little pavement as possible because we prefer, of course, to use natural materials. But here we had to do a path, so here we kind of let the idea of how water runs become an inspiration for how the pavement was laid out. And then this whole idea of the new type of city nature that is, of course, inspired by the existing and, of course, preserving as much as possible, but also introducing a new nature in our cities that is a little bit more natural and messy. Then when we choose trees, we often choose the ones that were left over because they were maybe not so straight or so pretty as other people wanted it. So that's also a part of it. And then I think I'm almost getting to an end now. I think I'm talking quite a lot. But we often talk about that what we really also think is interesting with working with nature and landscapes is that we, through the projects we do, create the starting conditions. So when we finish a project, it's actually often the beginning of the project. This project I showed in the beginning is one of our oldest projects. It would probably look very different if we did it today, but still it's nice to see this development of when the project was just finished, you could say, or handed in, it looked like this, and then 10 years later, it looks like this. So I think it's a really interesting discussion, this how do we not finish our projects, but actually start the processes that are gonna develop over time. And sometimes a starting condition can be this. This is developed, it's called Ørsted, and it's a project or an area outside of Copenhagen that has been developed over the recent many years, but with a high focus on infrastructure and architecture and not so much focus on the in-between spaces. But then we had the possibility to change it into this, to create a space for life, and again, a lot of different types of life and species. So just to say, it's also often a really important part of our design process. You could say that instead of just drawing a fixed plan of this is how the project is gonna look like, then we draw more plans and more phases. And this is a little bit detailed, but this is an example from a climate adaptation projects where we worked with how will the terrain develop if it's, or how does the terrain need to be if it should handle both an everyday rain event or a 10-year rain event or a 100 years rain event. So taking that into consideration already from the start of the design of the project. And again, with the city nature, how will it look after like day one when the project opens, and how will it be in 5 to 10 years? So always this focus on the process of how the project will develop, and then of course also the close dialogue with the people that are gonna maintain the project in the future. And then again, like a last example of this creating the starting condition, or at least also that this is a college or like a dorm with a lot of students living also in Copenhagen that used to be quite gray and and not so interesting. And then we had the opportunity to create this 600-meter long spine for the students to enjoy and use. So I would also say in this time of focus on transformation and maybe not building as much as we used to, then it's also really important to look at how can we improve and transform the environments we already have. And then I think as a closing remark, I would say that what we often do is that we, you could say, strive for more of what there is less of instead of more of the same. And that's not to say that we think that we need to build more or produce more or consume more, but really, really try to think how can we also create a higher degree of variation, new experiences, changed environments in our cities. And one last example of that is that this is from a huge hospital project in Denmark that has been going, construction has been going on for many, many years. And we've been designing the courtyards, and of course we wanted to turn it into small forests in this hospital for the people working there and the people in the hospital for to enjoy this healing landscapes, you could say. And then we, of course, so here planted a lot of trees, but we also placed dead trees around in these courtyards. And I think a nice story is that many of the workers had been walking around inside the hospital, working for many, many years actually for this hospital to be constructed. And then the day where we started to, or we didn't, but some of the workers helped bring in these big trees into the courtyards. Then one of the workers actually started crying because he thought it was so emotional to see how this nature came into this bit sterile environment, you could say. So it was really nice to hear how they kind of experienced this turning these courtyards into smaller forests. Yes, and the last slide is actually just to say that this is from the roundabout I showed before, and I think if you can turn like a roundabout into a small forest, then I would say that many things are possible if we work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I think there are a lot of things that architects can learn from landscape architects because, for example, I liked a lot that you said you create the starting conditions. Architects should learn that finishing a building is not actually finishing it, but it's only a starting point for a new life that the building has. And sometimes that's not entered the brains of the architects, so we should change that mindset. Yeah, thank you. Our next speaker, I would like to welcome Marialuisa Borja to the stage. She actually lives in Quito, Ecuador, but we are lucky that she is currently working in the Netherlands or researching in the Netherlands, so she was able to come here. I quickly introduce you. Borde was founded in 2007 by the architects David Barragan, Pascual Gargontena, Marialuisa or Malu, Borja Lopez, and Esteban Benavides. Their work aims at an architecture that is conscious of the energy consumption in the construction process. It's open to active user participation and combines situated reflections with the sustainability of life. Borde has won the Schelling Medal and the Global Sustainable Award and was invited to the Venice Architecture Biennial in 2016. They co-produced the documentary Do More with Less, and in 2020 they published their monograph Less is Everything. Yeah, thank you for coming, and please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting us here. We are very happy to be part of the event. Okay, so I am going to tell you a little bit about us, and a little introduction, and then explaining mainly two projects. We are 4 partners, Pascual, Esteban, David, and myself. We are a small office. Sometimes we work also with collaborators. One of them is here, Nina. We worked like 7 years ago, I guess. You were there. We are an office based in Latin America, in Ecuador, and mainly in Quito. And an interesting fact 1 month ago was that we have a popular referendum in Ecuador, and the people voted for keeping the oil underneath the Amazon in a natural reserve called Yasuni, and also for a smaller project, probably not so popular, which is stopping the mining in Quito, which is also like trying to avoid all this extractivism close to the natural reserves, or in this case with the mining close to the city of Quito. But I think, well, here is the, okay. In that area is located the Yasuni Park, which is where we are going to keep the oil underneath. And Choco Andino is the other region I was telling you about, the stopping the mining project next to the capital. Yeah. Okay. But for us, I think it's important to have the combination between social and environmental justice perspectives, because I think we both go together. We have also a country with many social issues, also gender inequality a lot. So we try to address, like, simultaneously social and environmental perspectives. And for that, I think is very, very important, the people especially. So more than trying to focus on a scale or type of projects, normally we try to work with people that also want to try things, no matter which type of project it is. And so that's why I called this lecture Matters of Agency, because for us it's very important. Like, it doesn't matter if it's from communities or institutions, schools, private commissions, etc. The people you see here in this photo is the people that we built together the renovation of a public school in Chile before the pandemic in 2019. We have a process of participatory designing around 6 months, and then we have a process of construction around 3 months. And also agency is one, for example, a very important thing for us in this project, which has been our longest process in the office, 10 years. This photo shows three phases of the project. It's a school project in the coast of Ecuador. And I am going to start with the last thing we did there, which was kind of like an architecture school there with the community. So they were designing and building, and we were like more like teachers of kind of facilitators of the process. And before that, what we did was work on a strategy, a building strategy, that was basically the scaffolding they normally use for building houses. This tripod you see here with the wood that it's from the site. And this tripod can be placed anywhere. So also in a participatory process, we chose with them where to place these structures. And the project that was before that was this school, and this is a project where we started with in 2009. This was a small classroom we needed to do. The idea was to have like a big, more closer to a circular shape space for the classroom. For the teacher, this was important. He also used the metaphor of the spaceship. And here we were trying to understand how we were going to be useful in a place that people already know how to build, and why they were calling us to help as architects. So we try, for example, to understand local materials, local techniques, ways of building, the forms, etc. And this form is summary or a result of that. And said so, I am going to now explain the two other projects I was telling you before. This map for me is very important because I think for us understanding the climate, the weather, and the geography in Ecuador is very important, since we have very different kind of weathers depending on the region. So one of them is next to Quito in the highlands of Ecuador. It's the private commission that is called Garden House. And the other one is in the coast area next to one of the biggest cities in Ecuador, Guayaquil, and is inside protected forest of Cerro Blanco, the learning viewpoint. And I'm going to start with the one in Guayaquil. Okay, so for me, it's like this amazing forest here, like super tropical, humid weather, completely different from the city I am from, which is Quito. Amazing nature, and also a lot of animals there for being a natural reserve that is so close to a big city. But one of the things they wanted to do was that the people go to the forest and visit the forest, because in that also depends the economy and the surviving strategy for the forest to be maintained. And it was kind of contradictory, because in the other hand, it's a natural reserve, and the ideal thing would be that the natural reserve, we will be kept as the natural reserve. So we were trying to plan an architecture that scatter into the landscape. This is the highway you see here that is connecting the natural reserve with the city. So the closer the architecture infrastructure is to the highway, the bigger is going to be the architecture, for saying so. And the farther we go, it's going to be less architecture presence and more nature priority somehow. So for example, this is like a very, very far in the forest, and then the architecture has to somehow adapt to the nature, yeah. And then we have also some points in between, which are going to be as less as possible with the use of, for example, in this case, is a bridge, but is also a learning point. So the idea is that also the guides there will stand there with the kids or with the people that is going to visit the forest and explain a little bit about the natural reserve. And then the big infrastructure is closer to the highway, as I told you before, and is this kind of thing, which is more like a convention center, toilets, offices, this kind of use. In all of the cases, we were thinking on materials of this. We were thinking in many logics, but one of them was architecture and how long this architecture needs to be like stand, because maybe we don't need, like, if we die, then the architecture is not needed anymore. So why we do or build things that are going to be like forever there. So we were trying like to balance this thing of the use on also the permanence of architecture and also the weather. And all these are negotiations we also do with the natural reserve and the people that is working with us. So it's like the utopias we have in our heads, but also kind of negotiating with them. So I am saying all of this because this, for example, roof is an explanation of that. So we wanted to have a roof that has that is waterproof and sunproof, but we also wanted not to have a very huge impact on the nature. And we were thinking that these textiles were a nice thing to use it, but the textiles that we can find in Ecuador at that time were from other countries, so they were super expensive, and we were also thinking on the footprint and the trade and all these kind of things. So we were trying to do something locally. And we have cement, which because of the partnerships we were working with in this case, they have cement, and we told them like we will want to try to use as less cement as possible. And actually that was an engaging thing for the engineers to work with us. So the idea was like how we build like a cover that use as less cement as possible. And we use also textiles here. No, textiles. This textile is a very common textile used in Guayaquil. We have a lot of shrimp pools because the shrimp business is like a thing there. So these textiles is from there. But the textiles needs to be covered for the sun, to protect it from the sun especially. And we use the cement in this case for waterproofing and also for protect the textile from the sun. And then the wood, we tried to look for pieces of wood that came from like a sustainable plantation, which is not so easy there, but we find one. The thing there was that they didn't have big pieces of wood. They have smaller because they normally don't use it for structures. So that was also a challenge, and that's how the design resulted into this shape, as well as because of the function. The function was also a learning viewpoint. So the idea is that people sit there, and then there is the guide or the teacher that is going to explain the different types of trees and plants and stuff like that. And there are also things that kind of size as well the architecture, like the two trees you see there on the entrance. Is like, okay, we are not going to turn the trees down, so the entrance will just fit into the trees and that's it. And then the rest of the thing is like, yeah, it's because of the trees. Here's a photo from the inside. So we design a lot with tension in the structure. That was also a challenge because we have to do a lot of experimentation with the materials previously, testing many types of textiles, also with cement, a lot of proofs with cements, but the idea also was that this has to be like a structure that supports this type of thing. So how the textile addresses the weight of the cement, and we kind of work with the engineers there, and this was like this portion that we couldn't do it like bigger, so that's why all the tensions are designed to try to fit into these standards. And there are these things that for us are very nice, unexpected, because this is a forest and you go like with hiking clothes and stuff like that, and suddenly there's people that is not using that just for hiking or for a learning viewpoint, but they are also planning marital proposals there. So that's kind of unexpected. And well, this is a photo from above, and because it was also the prototype of the rest of the architectural structures we were going to build there, the idea was also, because it's a test, we are going to try to do it in a place that is not so far. So it's not, this learning viewpoint will be kind of in the middle of this progressive relation between nature and architecture I was telling you before. That's why you can see also like there is like a path that you can access by car. Yeah, some view with the park there. And you can also see here like the cables that are making the tension of the roof that I was telling you before. The way to access to the viewpoint. Yeah, and one last thing about this. Okay, I'm good. Is that one of the problems we have to solve with architecture was the border of the park, especially the border that is close to the informal sprawl, which is the city of Guayaquil, also like getting closer and closer to the forest. And we were like trying to think how we make like this friendly, useful for everybody negotiating this border here. This is like a photo of how it's actually. So the idea was that it's a buffer that like everybody wins kind of buffer or something like that. That was the idea. So the informal settlement can have these areas which we were going to we are proposing agricultural and productive land spaces for them. We are also proposing some spaces for water treatment as a buffer. And we are also proposing public spaces, which is normally the kind of infrastructure and informal spread in cities in my country are lack of. So we were like trying to negotiate and propose this thing. And of course, connecting the forest with the city also in this stage. Yeah, and now I'm going to tell you about the house, which is in a completely different environment. This is the highlands near to Quito, 2,800 meters above sea level. Mountains, cold weather, sun, not humid, not tropical, very different. And this is the plot, or this is the site for the house. That's the owner. He was very involved in the process of design and construction. And the owner, one of the things that was very important for him was living in the garden and how he can like experience this living in the whole nature area, let's say. So for that, in the conversations, we were thinking that we have like to host or make small spaces for architecture for very specific functions he needed, and the rest could be open. And that's like the result of the drawing before. So the big one in the lower part is the bedroom and the kitchen. The smaller one up there is the toilet, and the white one here is the shower and the greenhouse. And the rest is like circulation. He also make like a water treatment for his house that are like around that. He also have like a garden outside and so on. What can we also see here is that, for example, here the roof of the main part of the building, that is not the porch, that is actually the building, is these tiles are just put together without cement or anything that is like join them like very strong, because we were on this reflection of what is needed here. Like, is it really we need like to paste all of that, or it's just that we put like it's like with a textile, waterproof and everything, but the tiles are just for protecting again from the sun the textile that is underneath. So for that we don't need like a very heavy, expensive, I don't know, material which is like put sand around and the tiles are placed. This is not going to support heavy weight, or no one is going to walk there. So it's also trying to balance these things, no, all the time. And so they are super specific to the project. And then another thing we were trying here is that there is this indigenous technique in the highlands of Ecuador. We don't know exactly the year, but they used to do these typologies, not everywhere, but some of the people. So this is a circular house. The walls are adobe or rammed earth, and then in the center you have this tree that we call lechero, which is a very informal word there, Spanish. And the idea of the tree is that you plant the tree is alive, and the tree is structuring the roof of the house. Nowadays, people use it a lot for fencing. So this is more or less how they do. It's a tree that you can cut, and then you can plant, and then the leaves grow, and it looks like this. So we're going to use that as an experiment in the house. This is the foundations of the house. And this is the column. That for us is very nice, and also like experience of wandering all the time, because it's like, oh, this is the column, and now the column has leaves, and this is like so exciting. And these are the trees in the house, which now it's like saying we put the columns, and because of the logic of the material here, that is the trees, we have to put this outside. So it's a different logic that if you like are going to use columns, for example, with wood, that you try to avoid the water or avoid outside their conditions that can damage the materials. But here is like the wind is good, the sun is good, the water is good, because it makes the trees grow and have leaves and things like that. So it's like interesting how the logic changes. This is the main building you see here, and then this one is the other one I was telling you before, the garden and the shower. All of them, the system for keeping the trees, it's like tidying, so there's no nailing or anything to the trees. A lot of elements from tension elements for structure. This is the inside of the main part. It's built with adobe earth, which were made on site with the earth we took from excavating the hole for making the house, and then the rest is wood, that is eucalyptus. Normally used a lot in Ecuador, but not in construction because it's like very cheap, so a lot of people use it like a temporary wood. This is a photo of the site and construction. Okay, I'm just finished. Okay, yeah, a photo of the construction, and that is the shower and the garden, which you can see is also like excavating and making a hole in the earth, in the site. And then we have here the process of construction. You can see the tensions here with the trees. The idea here was also like, since the shower, he has a hot shower, so it's also like kind of a cozy, warmly place for getting a shower, and also plants can grow there. So that's why it's the mixed use between the shower and the garden inside the greenhouse. And this is like an outside. And for us, this is also interesting because we were like thinking on a similar reflection that Louise mentioned before, that is, this is a photo of the bathroom when the construction finished. And normally, it's like when you finish architecture, it's like the best photo for the projects because it's super clean and nice and white. And then you have to do a lot of maintenance to keep it like that. But here it was different because here it looks like this, and it's like, oh, it's scary. We don't know if it's nice or not. And then after 2 years, it's like this. So it's like nicer with the leaves and the green and stuff, no? Yeah, so I think that's it. Yeah, well, this is like a final reflection that I was interested in because it's also like trying to connect the social component with the environmental component in this concept that Anna Singh was mentioning, that refugia places rich in cultural and biological diversity. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. These trees seem to have no roots. How does this work?
Yeah, then they grow the roots. But that is one of the things. It's easier to move them and place them.
Interesting. Yeah, so please take a seat. We will try to connect the others via Zoom again. So this will produce maybe a little break. 2 the stage, please. We have now the panel discussion. It's moderated by Tulay Atak. Tulay Atak is an architect, historian, and theorist whose current work focuses on the intersections between environmental history and architecture. She received her professional architecture degree at Middle East Technical University in Ankara and pursued her PhD at the UCLA with the dissertation Byzantine Modern Displacement of Modernism in Istanbul. Tulay's co-edited book, Pedagogical Experiments in Architecture for a Changing Climate, is forthcoming from Routledge. She has taught at SciArc, Cornell, Rhode Island School of Design, Cooper Union, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and Pratt Institute. So, very interesting biography. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear? Does this work? So thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentations. Very inspiring, really, to be sitting here and to be listening and seeing all this work. Yesterday, the conference, the symposium started with the distinction between the biosphere and the technosphere, or this was brought up as a problem in today's world. And the question that we started with that set off the conference is how the two, biosphere and the technosphere, can come together. And the projects and the practices that we have seen today are really great examples of how the two come together. And in a way, like if we go back also, like my historian kind of in me working back to the definition of the biosphere as, initially coined by the Austrian geologist and engineer Eduard Suess as this kind of the crust of the earth where life takes place, or Vladimir Vernadsky's definition of biosphere that then expands to include cycles, chemical processes and cycles, and then we would say we are part of the biosphere. Technosphere is in architecture. If it is part of technosphere, it is part of biosphere. And I think your works really are very carefully showing that. I also want to thank, before we start having a conversation, Karin and Lukas for their vision for the conference, and particularly for this panel, because I think you have curated a session where architecture is imagined as an ecosystem, and usually the two are distinct. Ecosystems are one thing, and it's usually a scientific study, and then there's architecture that is somehow inspired. But in the examples that we are seeing, they are really we have the question, how is architecture an ecosystem? Either how is it part of an ecosystem, how does it build an ecosystem, how does it incorporate ecosystem or ecosystems? So with those initial thoughts, I want to start with a question basically to all of you. How does, you have all shown really wonderful, fantastic examples of how ecosystems and building systems come together. Specifically, though, how does such integration change planning processes or conventions of architecture or other fields of built physical design? No? What's is that? Maybe we start with you.
Well, this works, yeah? Well, I can try to start. It's a really good, complex question, I would say. Well, what I can see is at least that it really changes how we start up a project, for example. now that we've had the opportunity to also employ, like I said, biologists and sociologists, then we really try to, every time we start up a project, we try to create like both a biological baseline, but also a social baseline. So this whole way of analyzing, you could say, a site or a plot has really changed. And that, of course, also requires quite a lot from our clients and collaborators, that they also see the value in that approach, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my first small reflection on that.
Is it too? Do you want to say something?
You hear me? Okay, yeah. It's a complex question, but I was thinking that in our case, it's instead of like planning from the desk, we have to go to the site and listen a lot and pay attention to a lot of things, and understanding that probably we are not prepared enoughly for that. So we have to like really pay attention, and we even like support with people like from other sciences, like social sciences or environmental sciences, is like super important. Because I think also the difficult thing for addressing environmental and social issues is that they are constantly changing. So it's very difficult to have like a static methodology or a global thing for all of it, because it depends on so many variables, and when they intertwine, it's like so different one from each other. So that also makes that we have to have these situated knowledges all the time. So it's like a methodology, but at the same time that tries to have the particularity of changing each time with the project, or to let these situated knowledges or this diversity or like modifying all the time. So something like that. And also, I think the connection between design and construction, it's a thing, like that changes the way for us to design. Like there are a lot of problems already solved by nature or by indigenous epistemologies or vernacular architecture. So if we are going to do something new, what is it that we are going to do something new? What is like, what is the value of that? What is the impact of that socially and environmentally? And like for us as designers, going to the construction and to the site and so on is like a form of learning for us to try to interact in this idea.
Would you like to say something, huh? Oh, okay. Would you like to say something on the question of how does the integration change planning processes or conventions of architecture? I think a great example is the layering of the walls, for instance, to create in your projects the kind of peeling of the wall into several layers to allow for ventilation, for example, or creating voids and porosity. What would you like to?
Yeah, we believe that the most important thing that we want to concentrate on our project is the experience of the light and the void, and also the shadow in the construction in the buildings, that help people to to feel the space, and during the different times in the days, and it's also help people to connect to connect with the nature in the kind of different way, and but in kind of different times.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask, follow up with that. Planning processes and integration of life, into the planning processes, basically. I would like to ask everyone to talk about an anecdote or some example of the unforeseeable. Like, what did you not foresee? Like, I think your example of that wedding proposals taking place at that viewpoint is great. Like, a use of that space that wasn't necessarily intended, and in a way, like your example, how you conclude, and if we can create a forest in a roundabout, we can do almost anything. Like, that's the kind of the capacity of human imagination. But what else can we, like, what else would you have other anecdotes or examples of something that was unexpected because you incorporated an ecosystem, basically, or ecosystems into the work, like the leaves coming, out of the columns. But are there other examples of? We can. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm asking the question, like, was there anything unforeseeable in the projects that you hadn't expected, that came up, an aspect of the project that led to something that was unexpected, unforeseeable? You all mentioned examples, but I would like you to expand.
Well, I have a small anecdote. We did a huge park in an area in Denmark. We talk about it's called ghettos. So it's these areas that are quite can be quite unsafe, and areas where a lot of people live quite close in small apartments. But anyway, we did this. We did a huge park, and we often talk about this creating areas that people have ownership to and they want to use. And then I remember we took a walk in the park a while after it was finished, and then we met a man living in the area, and he was just so excited about this new park, and he said, yeah, so I took my Christmas tree and just planted it out in the park, and I thought it was so nice to hear that he felt so much ownership to this park that he just started planting his own things into this big common public park.
So kind of like his own garden, but a public.
Exactly. Yeah. I thought that was
quite great example.
Like
Like, what's
nice and unexpected, but highly appreciated, I would say.
So, like, what's the difference between a park and a garden, and what happens when they come together?
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
Malu, do you have an example?
I don't have a precise example, but I was thinking that probably one of the things that is in our minds, like constantly when we design and we try to address, is that happens a lot in projects. All the time you have a lot of things that were not thought and they came up. So how these things, instead of being like a thing that is not making better the project, but is like a problem, how these things are making better the project, like how we can design or manage in a way that the unplanned or these things that are either way going to come and we don't know how to do it or we cannot possibly plan, how these are like a value to the project. Mm-hmm. Because at least in Ecuador, there's a lot of, depending on the place you are, but there's a lot of informal settlements, for example, or there's always things that you are not going to be able to plan. So it's like how you work with that as something positive for the project, instead to be like a block or something.
Great. And would you have an example? How as the unforeseeable?
Cô vừa hỏi mình đúng không? Yes, Mr. Hauck. Mr. Hauck would like to tell a story about the vegetable that's in his building. That there's a building named the Cape and Brick Cape, and there's before the building before we construct the building, the vegetable garden is the people plant the vegetable in the ground, on the ground. But then when when the brick cape is built, it's like we decide to bring the garden into the rooftop, and but also cover the several layer with the fruit trees, and there's a if you can remember the picture that there's a kind of fruit tree was go out from the cave, and like it's blow up the brick cave, and on the kind of nature green, the tree was come inside the house, but blow up to outside the house. And that kind of, yeah, and that kind of the nature that he very like to show up on his buildings.
Và canh tác trên mái nhà, canh tác tại nhà khiến cho con người gần với cả cái nguồn gốc nông thôn của mình.
And one more thing that's about the vegetable garden. That's why we try to keep it after the cape, after the brick cape house was built. That the vegetable is somehow is present for the source of the farmer. That we all come from the urban, from the suburban area, like the rural countryside, you know. So when we keep the vegetable garden, it's like we keep our source, our root of the rural area. So that's how we want to connect with our root.
Great, great, thank you. Maybe I ask one more question and then I leave it to the audience. So basically, how do you see it, since we talked about the unplanned, unforeseen, these are types of projects that incorporate a lot of change in time, some foreseeable, some unforeseeable. And I think the question is, like, how do you see the future of these projects? I'm fascinated by your wheel, for instance, that the city is working with. What's the time span of that, and what's the future? And I'm asking this for everyone. Like, how do you see the limits or the possibilities as we move to the future with these? And you brought the issue of permanence and impermanence. Like, why does architecture have to stay? Yeah. Is that too broad? Like, what are the limits you see us running into in the future or issues?
One of the things I think is this permanence of the architecture, like measuring that, and also this idea of doing less or thinking a lot for doing less or something like that, like trying to maximize what we have and surroundings to make what we want. But the answers for that are very, very different depending on the country. Like, it's very difficult to have like a global aesthetic, I think, or a global public policy for that. But I think it's interesting for the mind, for trying to think with limitations instead of thinking that we can just use infinite resources or people is there for building whatever thing we want. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. Like, because like what you're saying is future is, I mean, in a way there has to be an aspect of the future that's local, at least. Yes, and very, very specific.
Yeah, well, I very much agree, and I think it is quite a big question, but also, of course, important. Well, I do think, like what we also talked about earlier, that of course the focus on the climate and how we can integrate it in the planning of our cities, but also to a high extent, of course, the whole focus on biodiversity. I mean, we really see that is highly needed, and I think the best way to do it is that we of course at the same time focus on how we can create an added quality of life in our cities. But yeah, it is a big question that really requires.
I'm just
dialogue.
curious, is there a time span for the wheel, like that you created with the city?
No, again, that was more like a starting point. So I would say the wheel is almost already outdated.
Oh, yes.
No, in the sense that, I mean, as time goes, we have more and more knowledge, right, and more experience. So I would just say it gets even more and more detailed. So it's something that we use, but we also really kind of try to develop it and through each project. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Pascal. Hello. So the question I asked is about the future and what are the areas of growth or limitation, the possibilities of growth or limitation that you see for the future, for the types of projects that incorporate or recreate ecosystems within architecture. And it can go all the way from financing to technical issues.
Cô còn nói về ấy nữa. Okay, for example, like Mr. Ha also want to continue talk about the brick cave that we talked about that previous question in the previous question. That in his brick cave house, the permanent element is the house, and the impermanent elements is the trees, the vegetable garden, also the light and the shadow, and that we think that they will change through the times, and also the billboard. So the billboard is like the very important thing in the house, very important element in the very important factor in the house. That if the billboard take care of the house, then the house will take care back to the billboard, and also they will continue and about that they will have the different experience with the impermanent and permanent factors.
Và chính chủ nhà là người quyết định tương lai kiến trúc của họ.
And billboard is the one who decide the future of the permanent and impermanent factors in the buildings.
Pascal, would you like to add something?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I could say that for architects that we are, to work with living, to host living, I think it's for us a way to question the architectural fundamentals. You know, when you have with the fundamentals like the wall, the roof, the ground, the levels, and when you have a roof, if you walk on it, it becomes a ground. If you plant it, it becomes a garden. If you make a topography, it can become a little geography maybe. So the roof is already here. The roof is always here, but it took different functions, and it's a manner for us to rethink about these fundamentals, because the shape must be different when you have to host in life. Mm-hmm. And it's another thing, maybe it's a way for us to overturn our values, so that the design maybe of the unbuilt occupies a role that is just as important as the build, you know. So the void versus the material and the architecture, and the both can be conceived separately.
Thank you. I would like to open the floor to the audience, please.
Louise, your sentence, "How would nature do it?" was very inspiring for me. And I think it could be a key question for everyone who is planning, whether it be architects or landscape architects, because it addresses many aspects. And I would like to go more in depth for this question. What aspects could it address? Is it how nature changes over time? Is it which factors are integrated into it? Is it about how water, which path water searches, which materials are available? Is it about the people that are populating a certain site, or other species that are populating a certain site? What can you explain it a little more, and maybe also the others have ideas on that? How would nature
well, I would say yes to all the things you mentioned there, because that's how it is with nature, right? There's not only one way that nature behaves or performs, so it is something that we, I would say, think about in all phases of the project, but also from many aspects. So I would actually be a little bit interested to hear if others have input to it as well. But there's no doubt that it is kind of really a core part of our approach. And I will think about if I can detail it a little bit more.
Thank you. I have a question about supervision and control. So if you implement elements from biology into your designs and projects, you already talked about unexpected things happening also on a sociological level. But what happens on a biological level? So the tree grows out of the facade, and the facade is allowed to host species according to whatever comes along. So in how far is it possible to just let the building be like out of control, and how much maintenance do those implementations actually need? So I don't know if all of you want to answer. I was specifically interested in the urban projects. So maybe Patricia, you can comment to this, because the Montparnasse Tower is, like, I think a great example. So how do you maintain this, or how can you leave this out of control?
How can we give the under control? Well, how can we for the nature? You mean about the?
Yes, if you integrate nature in your designs, how much
Yeah.
control is needed? Do you need to supervise it, or in how far can you just leave it and let it grow and let it happen?
I think you can have different spaces. You can have spaces where there is a little free evolution, almost a free evolution to make ecosystem and to keep biodiversity, to try to host biodiversity. And you can have other places than you manage more, and not the management, the entretien, when you because if it depends of the kind of the garden that you make. If you make a very horticultural garden and very composed garden, or if you make like a natural area that need less humans to manage and to organize and to clean. And so we work a lot of this aspect, that to create nature spaces which have no more or less need of human. And
I also have a small input, because like you talk about maintenance, it is really a big part of also kind of the design of the projects we do, because it actually requires often a close dialogue with the people working with the maintenance, because they are often used to more maintenance than the projects require, right? If we want the nature to be more wild and have its own life. So in many projects, we have a dialogue with either the municipalities or the people working with maintenance, actually to kind of educate each other on how to not over maintenance these projects in the cities. But then, of course, at the same time, it needs to be safe to walk around, and it needs to not disturb the traffic and so on, right? So there, of course, needs to be a framework that they work within. But we really see that it's important to have this focus and dialogue in order to change the perspective on how it's done in many places.
Thank you very much for all your presentations. I would have one question. I'm not entirely sure if I can really articulate it because I'm not a practicing architect, but I was wondering, as there exists something such as building laws and regulations, and if the question is about, and there it's stated that whatever is being done has to be done with the latest technology applicable, technical standards, I guess, something like this. And I was wondering now if you cannot hear me? I hear me so loud that I think I'm screaming. So I try again. So my question would be, if you think, and when this might happen, and if it might ever happen, that the question of ecological and natural systems integrated into architecture, literally, as you all started doing this, might become part of building regulations. And if this is something that we should wish for or not.
So these systems, if I may, if these systems are to be integrated into building systems, can they also be part of building regulations, and what would that maybe look like? I mean, maybe that's part of the future question as well.
I think maybe it would be nice. Yeah, I just think maybe elaborate a little bit more. Is it the? I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
I trapped
Maybe. Okay.
Was there someone who wanted to answer already? Okay, I'm not sure if I can elaborate since I'm not a practicing architect. I just wonder if there's a regulation of how to build in best practice, where certain limitations are set, where architects are sometimes not so happy with. I wonder if there would be an inclusion of natural systems and the logic of it and the benefits of it as part of the regulations. Would this be something that could improve the quality of living, for example? Also on the question of standardization. Is it more clear now?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Maybe I can say something. I'm not sure, but not all the regulations are like working for us right now. So I think they need to change. I don't think it's going to be from tomorrow, like very fast change. I think it also is going to require a lot from the people. Like in my case, I do think it's possible. Like in my country, the example I show you, like 1 month before we had this public referendum to keep the oil underneath. So it's a thing that people have been fighting for that like more than probably, I don't know, 10 years ago. But it's doable. But I think it requires a lot of negotiations. Because as well, I don't think we have like super clear like how we can balance these things. So it's a lot of talking and working with policymakers and stuff like that. But I think we need that because, for example, in the case of Ecuador, the building regulations, specifically structurally for materials, are mainly focused on steel and concrete. And you don't have quite regulations for wood or for bamboo or for earth, which are materials that we can find way more easily, cheap, people know the technology and so on. So it's like contradictory in a way. And it's not going to happen like tomorrow, as I said, but I think we need to start negotiating these kind of things.
I would like to jump in right there, but couldn't it be that the fact that there is no regulation or a looser regulation also offers the possibilities to come up with new ideas in this area, Whereas in a context of standardization and norms, steel and concrete, it's kind of defined. The space in which we can operate is narrow. Whereas if we have less or no regulations, however, these practices are legal in general, then maybe it offers more possibilities.
Yeah, could be that. Like I know my country, I don't know where it's in other places, but for example in Chile, where we make the public school, I remember that for me that was a big issue. I was thinking that maybe it's not possible because it's a public school and there's going to be like a lot of regulations and so on. So one thing we did was trying to do participatory design with the institutions there and try to understand the processes of each of the stakeholders. So like we try like to weave or like connect. So we know that it's not what we have in our minds 100%, but if we can get a little bit closer to that, that's already like amazing for us. So I think it involves a lot of negotiation. And for me, that was very interesting because we ended up doing things that in a way I didn't thought it was like possible. For example, that school has now the finishes of the walls are made with earth, but we require like a lot of specifications and so on, but we could do it. And in my mind, I was like, maybe this is not possible, but just in case, I am going to tell them. And then it was interesting how it went. There are other things, of course, we couldn't do it. So I guess, and it depends in the country also. So yeah, I think it's also a negotiation there.
I would like to add some more the idea. I mean, we know that in Singapore we have they have the regulation about the green in the buildings. That when you build buildings, that you have to give back some meter square of green. But also in Vietnam we don't have that regulation. But I think that is the future trend of a kind of thing we should have in the future, because you know that we think that the best design should come to the approach the earth with decrease the carbon and also maximize the circulation of the product that we make it. So we should maximize the areas with green, and we help people to adapt the green in the building. So I think that the future trend that in the regulation will have the kind of green add the green in the building can be in the regulation.
Yeah, I would say I totally agree, and now and it is really a relevant question, and I think also because the projects we do, like all of us, become more and more complex, right, and more integrated. It's often not just building urban space infrastructure. I mean, it's much more complex, and will be in the future. We see that most of our urban space projects are on a deck, so there's always something underneath, right? Either a building, a parking lot. So in that sense, I mean, things are so much more integrated than we've been used to earlier. So, and we also see in some of our collaborations, we were doing a project in Belgium where the city is now testing, changing the regulations so that when you do an urban space, then as a starting point, you always have to do something soft, and if you do something paved, you have to argue. So really kind of turning it around, right? That now we feel like we often have to argue to get in nature and green, but now they are reversing it. So I mean, everything has to be soft, unless you can really argue that you need a road. I mean, it's on a testing basis, but I think that really shows that there are, things are changing and happening, and it needs to, and it's going too slow. But yeah, it is important.
But I think Andrea's question also addressed another scale. For example, would it be possible to use a living tree also for a bigger building, social housing or something. Yeah, so this would be really difficult, I think, and you would need something like a Zulassung im speziellen Fall. Wie kann man das übersetzen? Zulassung für den Einzelfall. What? Permit, a special permit, yeah. So I think that would need a lot of cooperation with the various administrative bodies, and not all of the planners would be ready to take these risks, financial risk in time of time delays and so on. I think that may be the problem.
Maybe just, I had this question from the beginning all the time, like, what are the things that you debate with your clients, and it goes for all the projects, that are the tipping points for them to decide? Because normally people, like, if you propose something to them, they normally have like an opposition, like, no, this is not proved, I'm not sure this is going to happen in the future, and how are we going to do it? So how do you approach this? How do you change maybe minds, or municipalities it's even harder?
Well, I would say that it really, of course, depends a lot on the client. We have both private clients, public clients, and it is no secret that for many years we've been fighting to have more nature, more landscapes, right? Because it's often easier to count the square meters in a building and to find out what you can profit from that. So, I mean, sometimes our arguments is to show how much added value it can create if you actually give room for recreational spaces in your project. We have examples that show how much the real estate value has increased after, for example, after this roundabout was made. Then we see that that when an apartment is up for sale, there's always an image looking down at this new green roundabout. So that's, I mean, having these arguments that are actually also on the financial economic side are often quite good and strong. And otherwise, I would say we are really we really try to find the best ambitions, or the clients where we feel a match, right? Because it's really important to get a good collaboration from start.
Maybe just a comment or question to Pascal and Louise. I was really inspired by your amazing projects, and I think they are also quite provocative, like the level of wilding you manage in inner urban spaces in Copenhagen and Paris. And you talked a lot about vegetation and also like the human appropriation of these spaces, but there will also be like other species joining. I was just thinking of bees, but also other kinds of animals. And so I think also, because that was what Petra was asking on the level of biology, and Andrea on architectural scale. So, and Tula, you also asked about the future. So I think these projects will evolve in time on another level, which might become quite exciting, like that we have urban ecologies to a level which we haven't seen up until now. Maybe you want to comment on that?
I think it was, the question was meant to consider not only plants and humans, but what about the other species, other animals that eventually in time populate these areas? Have you thought about them? Or have you any thought, and if you have any thoughts on, and maybe even anticipated this population of species in future states of your project?
when we make a project like that, we try to we begin by explore the place, and we work with an ecologue and to see what is present on the place. And it's why when we design, when we make different place for the different animal, we know exactly what is the hole for a bird and what is the hole for bees, and so we try to be very to have a more finest answer to answer to host different species.
Yeah, and maybe I can add, and thank you for the nice comment. And it is really something that we are extremely interested in. This, how can we attract other species? And we actually we started monitoring our projects to kind of also to see and to document how the biodiversity develops over time. And it is also part of the, again, the design process and a success criteria. And it is, of course, something that we cannot control. Of course, we can have wishes for it, right? But we also recently we've been doing a landscape on top of a ski hill in Copenhagen, and when it was under construction, we saw a fox in the middle of the night walking up the ski slope, right? And it's not often you see that in this very urban environment in Copenhagen. And in that project, we saw that over just the course of a couple of years, the number of species has really developed a lot. So it is something that's an important part of the development.
I think that the animal population in cities changes anyways, independently from parks or green spaces that are created within the cities, because the food supply in cities is much better than in the countryside around cities, and also they are not hunted within the cities. So in some German cities there is already a population of wild boars that has becoming really a plague. And I also read that, for example, in Mumbai, a lot of leopards are coming to the city because there are also pigs and other animals kept in stables, and these pigs, they cannot escape, so they are an easy prey for these wild cats. And so I think the ecosystem of the city will change completely, independently of what landscape architects do with green spaces within the city.
I was a bit surprised that none of the presentations made a cross-reference to digital society and digital opportunities. I mean, construction, architecture, and design 30 years ago in the analog time was quite similar as you're doing. Did you overlook something? Is this not your focus, to take into account some digital opportunities?
When you work with ecologists, for example, or sociologists, even, I'm sure there's a lot of modeling that involves.
Yeah, for sure. There's, I would say, in like all aspects of the projects, we of course use digital tools. But that's true. I guess none of us chose to show that today. That would be, of course, interesting to dive more into.
I think we are interested in the technologies that are easy to manage for most of the people. So, for example, in our case, we use a lot of SketchUp because the builders can also, we taught them to use SketchUp, and now we can use it in our phones, and it's quite easier. So any technology that can make easier the process of working, I think it's interesting, and that everybody can have access to that would be interesting.
But I can say that we also see that it is also challenging. There are really high requirements, of course, on digital modeling. And when working with, again, the grown environment, that's really something that we've had to find our way in. How do we kind of make sure that we can be part of the digital model that is often an important part of the architecture projects? So that's it's a big discussion within our office. How do we make sure to not kind of eliminate ourselves for the,
But I can imagine, especially in your case, Louise, that that you are using simulation tools to anticipate processes of possible developments, which in the end, of course, might end up in a completely different at a different state.
But of course, like checking the wind and those things that are important. But it is, it is something that has to be also, developed within our field.
So, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the third part of our symposium. The topic now is transformation. Buildings and cities are ecosystems that change over time. Following nature's example, what processes do we need to initiate, encourage, manage and foster in order to keep the environment adaptable and vibrant? These questions I want to ask our next speaker and the following ones. We now we first will look at neighborhood regeneration and small interventions. The next two speakers will talk about that. And now I would like to invite Yuma Shinohara, curator at Schweizerisches Architekturmuseum Basel. Welcome, Yuma.
Thank you.
He was responsible for the excellent exhibition Make Do With Now, New Directions in Japanese Architecture. He also co-curated the exhibitions Swim City in 2019 and Beton, which means concrete, in 2021, and oversaw the adaptation of Excess of All in 2021. Before joining the Swiss Architecture Museum, he held positions at the Storefront for Art and Architecture, Ruby Press, the Academy of Arts Berlin, and the Canadian Center for Architecture. Interestingly, he's not an architect. He graduated in comparative literature and society from Columbia University in New York. Mm-hmm. Thank you for coming, and I'm very curious what you will tell us about the young Japanese scene.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karin, for the kind introduction. Thanks everyone for coming today to this talk. And thank you, Karin, again, also, and to Lukas for this opportunity to share with you all some research on a young generation of architects in Japan who've been developing a series of new approaches to architecture in relation to the various social, economic, and ecological challenges facing that country today. Make Do With Now, the title of my talk, has the same title as the exhibition that I curated at the Swiss Architecture Museum last winter. Here we see some installation views of the exhibition. It's an exhibition that attempts to kind of present a kind of an overview of this generational sea change in Japanese architecture through a total of 25 different positions, the majority of whom were born in the 1980s or later. There's actually a publication that goes with this exhibition that Lukas has, and I guess Lukas will pass it through in case anyone's interested. I think in order to understand kind of the practices of these Japanese architects today, I think you also need to understand a little bit about the kind of the social conditions, social and economic conditions currently in Japan right now. because they're very much kind of developed out of this situation. The country, as you might know, has been stuck in an economic rut since the bursting of the so-called bubble economy in the early 1990s. As you can see here in this chart, the historical GDP growth of Japan is, despite, bumps and, kind of mountains and valleys, has been on a more or less downward trend since the 1990s, which also means that for generations of young people born after the late 1970s, in other words, the millennial generation, it's become increasingly clear that they can no longer count on this myth of endless growth that their parents' generation or their grandparents' generation had. At the same time, Japan has to deal with a significant demographic shift as the population undergoes a rapid decline following its peak of around 130 million people in 2008, which also means that the cities that had grown, the infrastructure that had been established in order to accommodate this population of 130 million is quickly becoming too large for the actual population itself. This condition, I think, is mirrored quite well in this statistic, which shows the housing vacancy numbers and the housing vacancy rates in Japan over the years. We see, starting in the 60s, a steadily growing trend. And in 2018, which was the last actual measurement done by the Japanese government, the vacancy rate has already reached a kind of alarming almost 14%. And it's projected to go even higher over the next 30 years. Actually, this rate, according to certain projections, will also go up to around 30%. So 1 in 3 houses in Japan empty. And of course, at the same time, a steady decline, right? Inextricable, I think, also to the economic condition in the overall numbers of new housing construction. So overall, it seems like a very pessimistic image, perhaps kind of is. But at the same time, I think, it's clear that there is a kind of paradigm shift and a kind of a paradigm shift happening in Japan right now, where kind of Japan has kind of entered into what you might call a post-growth context. And this is really the backdrop of a lot of these architects working today. Now, and of course, it'd be too simple to explain everything away through a single event. But I think one very important moment for this generation of architects is the earthquake, tsunami, this kind of multi-crisis, earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear disaster that happened in northeastern Japan on the 11th of March, 2011, which really was a shock to the system that I think really changed the social climate and discussions happening in society in a very enduring way. It was in particular a moment in which the systems that everyone had really taken for granted up to that point went into total breakdown and really exposing the inherent fragilities of the status quo. And so for many of this generation who were either in school, right, or had just started the professional practice, at that time, it became an occasion to kind of critically examine the existing system and to imagine ways in which they can create better, more resilient systems on their own. The architecture that's emerged out of this post-growth situation is pursuing an entirely different political and aesthetic agenda that the dominant architectural style of 20, even 10 years ago in Japan is very, very different from this kind of dominant style. This is a bit of a polemical, let's say, image, but I think it also speaks to a kind of a larger generational shift. Architects today, you could say, are not afraid to leave things rough around the edges and approach the act of building with a very hands-on pragmatism. But more than mere appearances, these architects are also articulating a radically different approach to architecture itself. So rather than an architecture of grand gestures on the premise of the tabula rasa, of the blank slate, an architecture is emerging that makes do with what is already there, and that develops a new constructive and poetic language out of an engagement and care for the existing. So in this talk, I'd like to highlight kind of this transformation through the lens of 3 practices in particular, also working at different scales. So we can start now here with CHAR, which is a architecture office as well as a non-profit organization run by the architect Yutaro Muraji. CHAR is short for Commons for Habitat and Architecture. And one of their most important projects is what's called the Mokuchin recipe. The Mokuchin recipe is a project that deals with the so-called Mokuchin apartments. Mokuchin is a Japanese abbreviation for timber apartment buildings, timber apartment rental buildings, maybe to be more precise. It's a typology that dates back to the post-war era of rapid urbanization and economic growth in Japan. Here we see a few kind of representations of typical Mokuchin apartments. It's a kind of a rapidly built modular system of housing, often built by individual landowners, so not really a state-driven housing provision program, but rather a kind of the accumulation of various individual actors, working uncoordinatedly in order to provide, or to meet the demand for housing at the time. Often these buildings were built according to standardized measurements by carpenters, so often also without the involvement of architecture offices. As we can see here in this diagram, it's possible to kind of create a sort of typology or typological mapping of these Mokuchin apartments, where kind of the main variations are essentially the width of the spans. So you can start with one span, go all the way up to 5 or more spans, as well as the manner of circulation. Either it's an external circulation through a balcony, or there's an internal circulation via a corridor. And here we see a map, actually, in red you see actually the districts in Tokyo where these Mokuchin apartments tend to cluster, often, as you can see, in the peripheral neighborhoods, not really in the center. And although these apartment houses, these Mokuchin apartments were very important, housing typologies for the kind of the economic growth era of Japan. Today, they're almost 60, 70 years old and are considered not very attractive places to live. They're considered very dark, very closed off, very introverted, and as a result, a lot of owners are having a lot of difficulty finding new tenants for these apartments, and often leaving these apartments neglected or even abandoned. Essentially contributing to a kind of an urban decay from inside in many peripheral areas of Japanese cities. And this condition is exactly where CHAR intervenes with what he calls, or with what they call, the Mokuchin recipes. So these Mokuchin recipes are a kind of a series of, nowadays, over 100 small ideas for self-directed renovations of these Mokuchin apartments. You can see here a selection, so they kind of range from very, very small interventions like painting over a wall or maybe a small shelf, to larger architectural interventions like taking out walls and combining various different spatial situations. These are recipes that are meant to empower individual owners and tenants to renovate these Mokuchin apartments on their own with very limited means, as very limited resources. Often, a lot of these recipes are actually able to be done using things from the hardware store, for example. These recipes are released open source on a website as a sort of inspiration. And then if you require more concrete help, then you can either consult with CHAR to kind of come up with a tailor-made solution, or you can buy a membership to the website and download detailed plans and instructions, as you can see here. Each recipe is, of course, a very small intervention, but the idea is that it's supposed to be used in a network with each owner or each user kind of picking and choosing various recipes depending on what their needs are. The clever thing is that because of the standardization of these apartments, one recipe that can be applied to one building can then be applied across the entire typology, right? Which I think signalizes a fundamental shift also here in the understanding of the architect, away from a figure who, primarily engages with the hardware, let's say the individual building, towards, let's say, the software, the ideas that in a sense are then disseminated in a decentralized manner for implementation. On the one hand, of course, this is a clever business model, but the ambitions of the architect are also much larger than that. Char's ambition is really to take the city as a project in itself. To use an analogy of the figure in the ground, especially in Japan, architects have long been engaged with the figures, the individual buildings as a figure against the ground, let's say, of the anonymous urban fabric. But with this Mokujin recipe, Char does an inversion, right? And now you have the architect engaging now with the ground, with this anonymous housing typology, often, which traditionally has eluded, let's say, the control of the architect. And the Mokujin recipes become a very important instrument to intervene in this ground. Here we see a little bit more of the vision, let's say, of Char in the wider scale. Here's a typical urban situation, peripheral Japanese city, characterized by small plots occupied by small multifamily dwellings or single-family homes. It's a kind of an introverted urban situation that's been shaped by maximized return on capital that also inevitably severes the informal networks of the neighborhood in the process. And here we see a vision of the neighborhood after application of these Mokujin recipes. And through the decentralized application of these recipes, we see how the urban fabric is then opened up, made more permeable. And instead of this introverted, closed off urban fabric, we have a much more resilient neighborhood structure. So the Char and Mokujin recipe, to conclude, articulate a kind of a new form of agency for the architect, especially through a concern with the underlying software, the ideas, or let's say the motivations that create our cities. The single architect that manages to transform the city in a far more comprehensive manner than by designing individual buildings. Let's go on to a practice that similarly attempts to intervene in the city, but in an entirely different mode. Dot Architects is a collective based out of Osaka, where they primarily work with the neighborhood of Kitakagaya, which is also where their office is located. This is a neighborhood that once flourished thanks to the local shipbuilding industry, but has stagnated as a result of deindustrialization. Kind of a very typical story for a lot of Japanese cities since the 80s. A local landowner in this neighborhood has been trying to revitalize the district now for a few decades by creating new uses, inventing new uses for these empty homes and industrial spaces left behind by this retreating shipbuilding industry. And Dot Architects have been part of this process for around a decade. One of the most important projects as part of this project, or part of this process, was the cultural center Chidori Bunka, which transforms this block of abandoned houses that you see here into a multifunctional cultural center. When Dot Architects received the commission, the house was in, or the block really was in a state of total disrepair. Of course, you have no plans to work with. These are all houses that kind of, were built organically over the course of several decades, where you have no idea where one house ends, when another house begins. So the first thing that the architects had to do was to actually go into these buildings and spend really several months really measuring out each beam and column, right, in order to first gain an understanding of how this building is actually put together. And one of the stories that came out of this, or one of the main takeaways from this process, was that the building had most likely been self-built by inhabitants. It was not a professional piece of work, let's say. Often maybe it was the inhabitants, or maybe it was also the workers, the shipbuilders, right, kind of helping out after the work. A lot of the material that had been used to build this house, or these houses, were often reused materials, so maybe kind of salvaged materials from local demolished buildings, or maybe scraps from the shipbuilding industry. And so now they have this understanding of this labyrinthine building, this completely crazy, there's no logic really to how the building is actually built up. Typically, let's say in Japan, or maybe even 10, 20 years ago, very clear answer to this situation would have been, okay, well, let's just demolish it. It's not worth engaging with the situation. Demolish it, rebuild. You'll have a very nice steel and glass building, right? That'll be a very nice signal project for the neighborhood. But this is exactly what Dot Architects did not want to do. They actually started to see in this building a monument to the lived reality of the anonymous residents that had invested, right, labor into creating the spaces that they live in. And they found it, of course, a shame to destroy this and actually wanted to use this building as a way to continue, in a sense, this history into the future. And so the actual interventions that they ended up doing were actually very minimal. They retained essentially the facade the way it was. The image that we saw previously of this block, that was actually the image after renovation. What they did instead was to take out 2 bays, right? Remove the facade, glaze it, right, to create a kind of a welcoming entrance, and then kind of take out a few walls and ceilings in order to create a central atrium that, as you can see here in this plan, functions as a sort of a hub for the various different functions, including a cafe, a shop, a bar, as well as an event hall and artist ateliers towards the back. As we can see in these photographs, Dot Architects have kind of endeavored to keep as much of the original material as possible, reinforcing where necessary, but really making the layers of history visible. But what's also very interesting about this project is that even after the project is finished in 2019, officially, right, completed, the Dot Architects continue to engage with this building, right? Their office is only 5 minutes away. They're basically there every day, and they're also very deeply involved in the programming, so the cultural programming of this of the space as well. And one very interesting part of this is that the bar that I mentioned is actually operated by Dot Architects themselves. So the Dot Architects, especially on Fridays and Saturdays, after work, will close up shop at the office and then move over to the bar, and then essentially now work as bartenders for the night, right? And for them, it's not just a hobby, but also a very important part of their architectural work, as they explain it in a series of films from where these film stills are from in the exhibition, because it's also about deepening the relationship with the local context, with the neighborhood where they're based, and also creating new connections, which has also developed over time into a kind of a real network of different projects in the neighborhood. So one project leads to another, one connection leads to another. And we see kind of Dot Architects, their influence, their mark, also kind of expanding across the entire neighborhood. So in many ways, Dot Architects stands for an understanding of architecture that's developed out of a long and deep engagement with an individual place. And through sustained care for this immediate context, the neighborhood itself becomes a field of action for the architectural office. Now, finally, I'd like to close off this talk with through the lens of a single building, The Holes in the House, which is a project by Mio Tsuneyama and Fuminori Nosaku. It's an ongoing project since 2017 in Tokyo, and it's the self-directed renovation of this house, this yellow-green house that we see here, a 4-story steel frame house that the architects bought in 2017 and have been continuously rebuilding into a combined work and living space. The office space is on the ground floor, and then on the 3 upper levels, they are living. It's a bit of a strange building, as you can kind of see. Of course, aesthetically also a little bit questionable, and also the location is right next to a Shinkansen line, so it's very, 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 very loud, which is also why it was also affordable for this young architect couple to buy. Again, right, like the Dot Architects, often kind of buildings like this, bought by a young couple, would often be demolished, right, and rebuilt. Who wants to live in a house like this anyways? But this is, again, exactly what the architects wanted to avoid. Instead of following the convention of this kind of scrap and build model, they wanted to use the house as an experimental project to retrofit, essentially through small self-directed interventions, the aging infrastructure for a more modern and sustainable lifestyle. And they started, so they bought the house, they had a little bit of money left, so they started with the initial demolition works, taking out, walls and kind of ceilings and maybe kind of fittings, right, that the previous tenant had that they no longer needed. But then at that point, their money ran out, and so they decided to move into essentially this kind of demolished ruin. And as Fuminori Nosaku also says in this interview, the dismantling of the building, in a sense, became the initial design act. here we see some images of the situation upon moving in. Well, actually a year after moving in. As we can see here, a still quite wild situation with, wires, exposed wires hanging out from the ceiling. What I think is very fascinating with this project is kind of how, in a sense, the architects are kind of, testing out their vision with their own bodies, right? With their own lifestyles. As you can see here, one of the first things that they also did when they moved in is to open up a series of holes. That's where the name of the project comes, the holes in the house. A bunch of holes in the stairwell area, which had the pragmatic idea of essentially kind of introducing more light into the lower levels, and also improving air circulation. But for them, it was also a symbolic gesture, a kind of a punk statement to say, okay, we're going to open these holes in the house in the same way that we want to punch holes through the conventional system of housing provision in Japan. Open up these new spaces where maybe something new, a new kind of imaginary might actually start to emerge. Very dangerous, of course. I've been there also, and if you're not careful, it was very easy to actually fall down. So in a sense, these architects are also kind of risking their life in order to realize this project. Of course, now it's 5 years ago. 5 years later, 6 years later, the project has advanced quite a bit. Houses continued to change, and as the architects have had more time and money to spare, they've added new kind of wooden furnishings, wooden paneling, etc. Have insulated the house finally, and now a child also came, so now they had to add a net across the holes and add this kind of improvised canvas railing around these holes. But as the architects also have told me, this is all as part. They see all of this as part of the project, right? Like in kind of through these changes, they don't see themselves as kind of compromising or kind of going against the vision that they had for this building, because they didn't really have a final vision for this building to begin with, right? It's really rather that the interventions and these kind of changes to the building are coming out of the interest that they have at the moment, or the things that they notice in their day-to-day. And in a sense, kind of this kind of process of continuous change in itself becomes the project. And I'd like to close off this talk with this image, which I think is very, very important, I think, to understand not just this project, but also this generation of architects in Japan as a whole. It's a representation of this house, but it's a vision of this house not as a freestanding or a closed object, but rather as something that's inextricable from the networks within it is embedded, and out of which, in a sense, it is constituted, right? These are not just material networks, not just these kind of materials being introduced from the city into the building, but also social networks, people going in and out of the house, also natural flows of rain, sun, the earth, kind of these energy flows that also exist, that pre-exist, in a sense, the building, and will continue to also exist, right? The house in this vision is no longer a static object, but rather something that's continuously negotiated, right? And created anew at the intersection of these networks. It's a house that's continuously in evolution, never finished, and just as mutable as the lives of those that inhabit it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuma. I think this was a fascinating example of biosphere not integrated literally into architecture, but as a model of infinite renewal and continuous change and so on. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is already approaching. Hi, Oana. Oana Stancioiu, from the studio Nonconform in Vienna, Austria. She's an architect and a consultant at Nonconform, which is an architecture and participatory planning practice with offices not only in Austria but also in Germany. Following her interest in the social dimension of architecture and the interaction between people and places, she completed a Master of Science in Environmental Psychology at the University of Surrey in the UK. And as part of nonconform, Oana is integrating theory and practice in playful participatory processes that are meant to find viable answers to the problems of today without compromising the world of tomorrow. Nice program, so I'm very much looking forward what you will tell us.
Thank you, Karin. So in these 2 days, we've seen a lot of very inspiring projects and innovative technologies and ideas and materials. What I would like to tell you about is the social dimension of transformation and why involvement and co-creation are relevant in the context of circular strategies. But to start with, I would like to tell you how I got interested in this. In my first years as an architect, I was working on public spaces in Sibiu, which was going to be cultural capital of Europe. And as a young architect, I was very keen to find solutions that would be long-lasting, that would be appropriated by the people, and that would increase their quality of life. So I was very proud when I managed to convince the mayor not to have a representative decorative fountain in this small residential square, but to have a fountain that people could use, a drinking fountain. So people had their fountain, and they were very happy with it. They really were. And what happened was that in about half a year, the fountain was broken. And the same happened with the other measures that we implemented, like, for example, reducing the car traffic in the square to provide space for children to play. The heavy stone bollards were moved and the cars were back. So I was intrigued and a bit disappointed. And I went forward to do a master in environmental psychology. And part of it, I looked again at what people do actually care and take care in the public space. But this time through a different lens, that of psychology. So what did I find? I found the broken bench. It was there. People reassured me it gets repeatedly repaired and broken again. And they didn't really defend it against vandalism in spite of using it actually every day, when it was not broken, of course. So what is it that they did take care of? It was the things that they got involved with, the things that they made. So basically, the trees that they planted or the little flower garden that they appropriated, they were way less robust than the bench, but much longer lasting. And this was because the people were actively taking care of it and because they were defending it. I mean, when other neighbors came and wanted to pour concrete over them, they were there to defend them. So the secret actually didn't lay, as I initially thought, in the use. It laid in the relationship. So what we do as architects, actually, is we change places. But people do not like change that is related to their own environment and done by other people from outside. They perceive it naturally as a threat because they feel they are losing control over something that is important to them. Well, but change is actually necessary, and actually it is an opportunity, and it's our chance actually to create a better future. So how do we go about it? Well, people do not like change unless they are part of it. We all know when we want to implement an idea that it's ours, we are very enthusiastic about it. There is a lot of energy and a lot of power to implement it. And basically, that's what we are doing at Nonconform. We are getting people on board of transformation processes. So very shortly, because Karin already introduced us, Nonconform is an architectural and participatory planning practices. We have different locations, about 7 in Austria and Germany. We are about 40 people, and we are interdisciplinary. I mean, most of us have planning backgrounds, but we bring additional qualifications and interests in the process, and therefore quite diverse points of view. We do participatory processes. We developed our own method, which is called the Nonconform Ideenwerkstatt. That is a very intensive life act. We work with the people in the place that is subject to change and with the people that this change is relevant for. Now, the reality is complex. The society is changing very fast. And also, it's not so easy to disentangle cause from effect. To add to this, our perception of the environment, it's actually limited, it's selective and subjective. So a parable that comes often in the context of participation is the story of the elephant and the blind man, or blind people. It goes like that. There were these 6 blind men that go for a walk outside their village, and they meet an elephant. And then they touch the elephant because they want to understand how is it made. And then they go on forward onwards, and they start to talk about it because it was so fascinating. But they have quite different opinions. I mean, the one that touched the trunks is like a snake, and the one that touched the side of the elephants is like it's like a wall, and then the one that touched the tusks actually is like a spear, and so on and so forth. And they start to argue about it. And because they can't reach an agreement, they go to the wise person in the village. And this wise person tells them, actually, each of you is right. But the elephant is a big animal. I mean, if you really want to understand it in its entirety, you have to put all the pieces together, all your perspectives together. And that's when the only way you can actually understand it. So when people come to us with quite specific problems, like, for example, the case in Trofaya, where there was this donut effect, meaning the high street was dead, was full of these used spaces. Life was happening at the periphery. It was car-dependent. A very difficult process to reverse. Or typical situation in Austria, the school buildings are old and they are not suiting the needs anymore, and surely they need a new building. Or they need a big building with lots of car parking spaces, which, where shall it have a place other than on the green fields? We take this seriously, but we don't take it at face value, because we know that it's only one part of the elephant. And we know also that by revealing the other parts of the elephant, actually we can find better solutions that suit them too, and also win-win situations and synergies. So we have a closer look to start with. We identify the resources, be it buildings or plots or materials or social potential. Sometimes in the process we discover hidden gems. This is an example from Wolfern. I mean, who would have expected in this small place in Oberösterreich, in Upper Austria, to discover a radio museum? This was actually the personal collection of radios of all times of the mayor, and they were very humble about it, and they really didn't want to show it to us in the beginning, and we thought wow, I mean, actually it's amazing. But they didn't see that anymore, because it was part of their daily life. And quite important is to understand people's realities. I mean, where are people in their realities at the moment of this transformation? Because to go from one point, like let's say A to B in the transformation process, you have to take them on board where they are. Otherwise, they get lost on the way. It's quite often that we as architects or planners or designers, we are trained in transformation, in imagination, so we think way fast forward. But, if we don't bridge it with where the people are, these things will not happen. So then, of course, we get people on board. I mean, we send invites and everything. We make the process visible in the public space, maybe irritations, things that then they suddenly notice. We invite them to have a closer look at their own environment, maybe with new eyes. And we open the forum for thoughts and ideas before the Ideenwerkstatt. And then we come at the place, and in one room, that is our pop-up workshop space, we try to reconstruct the elephant. So basically, that's why it's very important that it's a compact format of 3 days, because it creates this simultaneity, which, among other things, leads also to a very strong creative energy. So we work together, with different groups of people, children, teenagers, everyone. Basically, everyone that is for who the project is relevant is welcome to participate and is invited. Now, all our participants are experts, and I mean this really seriously, because we do believe that every participant has a valid and a valuable view to share. So basically just to explain, this is a workshop about a school with the children. We as architects would never see the same way that school as the children do, and that is actually very valuable for us. And then we exchange these views, and we share ideas in a relaxed atmosphere that is very important, so that laypersons can also get into the co-creation, so make co-creation actually easy for people to participate. And having fun together, that creates connection and team spirit. And then from all these different perspectives, we find the most beautiful common denominator. We are all in the same boat, and the elephant is in the room. But that's not enough, because we may be in the same boat, but if we don't row in the same direction, we will not go anywhere. So it's very important to define a common vision, something that people can sort of picture, and then they have the energy and the willingness to go on this long way of transformation. So what is our role in all this process? Well, of course, we facilitate, we empower, we moderate, we listen carefully, very important. Sometimes we have to take a step back and leave the space for others. And we give everyone a voice. I mean, even the ones that are not there need a voice. Like there are underrepresented groups, for example, but also the generations of the future. We see ourselves, quite importantly, as advocates of the future also. So we can bring this perspective in the workshop space by asking questions, for example, about how would they see what we're doing here? How can we go about it, that we take some decisions today that don't compromise tomorrow? And of course, then we have our expertise. I mean, we are not neutral beings. We are not pretending to be objective beings in that sense, because actually our expertise and our views, and even the outsider view when you go to such a place, is very valuable too. And our role is also very important to translate the outcome into a spatial concept and to bridge, basically, the next step into the planning process towards implementation. So what comes out of it? I mean, in best case, the vision, the concept, is materialized. But until people can meet again in the central square instead of the cemetery, as it was the case in Vlies, it's a very long way to go. There are many steps, there are small steps, there are big steps, there are many steps to make. Sometimes, especially when it's about architecture buildings, it will go in the planning process. Very often, there is an architectural competition so that the best project will be selected. When it's about urban revitalization, there will be a master plan. So ensuring continuity, it's another essential aspect for the implementation, for reaching exactly, what the concept that the people put together at the Ideenwerkstatt. So this is an example of a school in Niederösterreich. Here the continuity was ensured. We were involved in the brief for the competition, and also as consultants at the competition. We had a consultory role. However, we were not part of the jury itself. Ensuring continuity can also happen, like it was the case in Trofaya. So this is Eric. He is the person who is leading the project further on into implementation. Trofaya, it was this case that I was showing in the beginning with the donut effect. I mean, a revitalization project of this scale can last, 20 years. It can last forever, actually. It's an ongoing thing. So where can it stumble? At political 4 years elections. So when the politics actually change, then maybe the project is not, they don't have any kind of sense of ownership or identification with, they don't do it. So in that case, having someone neutral that actually facilitates the implementation is key. Now, Eric has in Trofaya, one of the first things that happened after the Ideenwerkstatt was that he opened his office on the high street in one of these empty spaces. And this was a signal that actually the transformation goes on and the door is open for people to contribute. Maybe they have new ideas, or maybe they want to open something in one of the ground floor spaces, the other empty ones. So this is also very important. Have a location for a face and a location. And then there are very simple things that can happen immediately after the Werkstatt. And this is very important too, because they use this momentum and they create a continuity to the longer term measures. For example, open air cinema, again, Trofaya, very simple to organize, actually. It doesn't have to take 20 years to go there. And then people realize, okay, actually, no, it's nice in the center. We do have a center. So what difference does involvement make? Well, first of all, the outcome will suit better the needs of the people because it's developed with them. So the specific needs will be better met. Then they will identify with it. They will have a sense of ownership of it. They will take care of it, and hopefully it will last longer. The community cohesion, so people work together, come together, they develop something together. This, of course, social cohesion is increased. Then the ideas that come through teamwork, we maybe know out of our own experience, would never come from any individual alone. So there are new ideas coming, there are innovative ideas, but also these ideas are backed up by the community, which means if they are challenging the status quo, it's much more likely for them to be implemented because they are backed by the community, then the decision factors have the courage and the motivation to do it. And that's where exactly I think it's a key point also for circularity. It's in this implementation likelihood. So people are then hands-on in the implementation, hopefully sometimes even like that, and then they want to get involved again. There is a certain sense of efficacy and resonance. To quote Hartmut Rosa, they feel that their opinion matters and actually it had an effect. And therefore, they are there to carry the change also into implementation. And now to end, I would like to share with you what stays with me these days a lot. I think we know so much already. We know so much about how we can improve our relationship with the environment. And we even talk a lot about it. And we have new technologies and materials and best practice projects. And I think it would be really such an amazing step forward when we would just implement things that we already have. So now I give the question to you, and I ask you, what is it that you would like to implement next? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Oana, for these interesting insights into your methods and thinking. Our next speaker to the stage, our next section in the symposium is called City Remediation and New Ecologies. While the previous two presentations were about improving living spaces on a village scale in repairing and improving buildings and open spaces and neighborhoods and smaller urban quarters. We will look now at transformations on a larger urban scale, and therefore we call this next section City Remediation and New Ecologies. And I would like to invite Rikke to the stage for the next presentation. She's an experienced specialist in landscape architecture, partner and creative director at the architecture practice Schönherr, where she's involved in a large part of the urban space, landscape and coastal development projects. She is concerned with designing architectural responses to the social challenges of our time as well. When it comes to using architectural and landscape architectural means to counter storm surges, rising sea levels, groundwater problems, and extreme rainfall, she's keen to work with the forces of nature rather than against them. Yeah, this sounds very reasonable. Yeah? So we are looking forward to learn more about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karin. Well, I am going to talk about, well, it's not really a project, it's rather a proposal for a new narrative for discussing urban planning of Copenhagen. It's a thing that we are exhibiting right now in Venice, in the Danish pavilion, in a larger discussion about climate changes and the changes in our planning paradigms. Also, Lukas and Karin has asked me to do just a short in-flight on Copenhagen as a welfare city, and how this is a foundation of perhaps a new development. Well, what you see here is a map of Copenhagen as it looks today, and this is something that we are going to challenge through our proposal for a change. Well, I was actually going to show you exactly where Copenhagen is, but the center has removed to Sweden. It's so typical. This is actually Copenhagen. Well, but Copenhagen is a part of 8,000 kilometers coastline in Denmark, and of course that means that we have a lot of land to protect and adapt to climate changes. There's 1.35 million inhabitants in the capital region, which consists of 34 municipalities that needs to agree on a common ground in these issues. 10 million tourists stay overnight every year, and it's a growing tourism city. I just threw in a picture before because I got the feeling that I'm going to show a lot of landscape, and I thought you might need a glimpse of what Copenhagen looks like with its buildings, because I'm not going to talk much about buildings. So, and I think you, Louise, did also show some views on Copenhagen. But as you can see, it's a flat city, and the water comes from everywhere and it's seeping in through from the harbor areas and from the backland. Just a short history. First settlements in the area was in the 11th century, well, perhaps even much earlier than that, but that's the first proven settlements. And Copenhagen, as you could see on the map, it's close to Sweden and a gateway to the Baltic Sea and a strategic hotspot for trade. So that's the outspring of Copenhagen. The harbour and the good possibilities for herring fishing really contributed to Copenhagen's growth up through Middle Ages. But and in the years 1600, the city just grew suddenly much bigger. The king got much more power and influence, and sort of was in the center of Scandinavia. But all through the years, as you can see on this image, Copenhagen has had a close relationship to the surrounding landscape. The food produced just outside the city walls were brought in every day to the citizens, and together with the fish from the sea, the food was just provided just outside the door of Copenhagen. And so the relationship was really obvious between landscape and this urban settlement. And I don't think anyone would wish those times back. There was a lot of other issues that might not have been so beautiful, but this coexistence between landscape and urbanity is something that I believe we can learn from. And I think a lot of urban citizens are longing to reconnect with the landscape. We just don't know much about how. The urban development, well, there's two very important maps to look at if you should understand Copenhagen. The first one is Copenhagen in 1865, where you can see Zealand and the peninsula of Amager, it's called. Well, let's see if I can. Well, you can see. And all the little dots in the backland is small villages that existed outside of the central Copenhagen, which you can see as the dark fortification in the center. But over time, over industrialization, this urban fabric grew like into one big organism, and in 100 years later, in 1947, urban planners found a model to start controlling the growth into a structure called the finger plan. And the finger plan was a way to use the mobility and connect the urban developments in the fingers, along the fingers. So every finger had a string of mobility that all met in the palm of the hand. So, and this is a strategy that has never officially been decided, but it has always been followed. So this is actually how Copenhagen still looks. We still have this finger plan with the green structures in between the fingers, which means that landscape is not that far away. In Copenhagen, well, everybody likes to talk about how Copenhagen has been nominated as the best city in the world, and I think that will be challenged by a lot of other cities. But still, the Monocle magazine has nominated Copenhagen as the best city for 5 times in a row. And that is because it has a vibrant cultural life, booming economy. It's very safe. There's not a lot of crime. Good public transport, thanks to the finger plan. Well-functioning welfare system. Large citizen involvement, like Oana was talking about before. And ambitious goals of being a CO2-neutral capital. These are all good things. But things are about to change. And so we have to look at history again. Copenhagen did undergo a great transformation from when I was a child, and I'm not from Copenhagen. We looked at Copenhagen as a place that no one would live in. It was a dark and polluted and dense city, and we felt sorry for the children who had to grow up there. That was how it looked from Jutland on the countryside. So that was the narrative. But it is true that Copenhagen struggled with high density and poor living facilities. There was a lot of unemployment in those years because port yards and factories were closing, leaving a lot of areas empty, like Osaka. You were talking about Osaka. So we have these empty port areas. Then the big change came when Copenhagen municipality and the state decided to found a company called City and Port. And the aim was to develop the harbor areas through a sale of plots and finance the construction of the Copenhagen Metro, which was the new layer in the palm of the hand, a circular layer that was connecting the inner city. And so in the 1990s, extensive housing development and service industries changed the picture completely. the center is about to implode. It's extremely dense, and we are and the way we build is there's less and less space between the houses, and everybody fights to live as close to the water as possible. It has become extremely expensive. A lot of the built areas are owned by foreigners who just invest in the property, and many of the flats you see on this picture stands empty. So the economy of the center and the fight for space in the center, it makes the city implode. But still, it's the cleanest harbor in Europe, and the popularity is just extreme. Also, Copenhagen is a bicycle city because it's very flat, so we are not too challenged. And it's also the idea is that the municipality has intensely invested in bicycle culture and the infrastructure that comes with it. So that means that over the years, a lot of super bicycle roads has emerged, and starting to put the car traffic a bit under pressure. Of course, in the road system, how much space should each transportation form have? And bicycles are taking up more, even though it's only 30%. Of the space is for bicycles, and cars has 60 to 70%. But bicycling traffic actually counts for 60%. So it does not outbalance each other. Also, there's a lot of work about accessibility and safety, and focus on traffic hubs to make safe bicycle structures. So the thing is, there's more bicycles now today in Copenhagen than inhabitants. So they're just everywhere. And of course, all the good things to say about this is obvious. But as I said before, things are about to change in this wonderful Copenhagen. Climate changes are challenging the technological premises on which the city development has been based over the past several years. The metro, the central castle, the King's Castle, Kastrup Airport, and the capital center, West region, is at great risk of being flooded. If there came a storm surge just tomorrow, from the south, from the Baltic Sea, that would press up water up to 5 meters level if we were really unlucky. And the cost would be up to 4 billion euros for just one occasion. The UN President Antonio Guterres mentions Copenhagen as one of the most threatened cities in the world in the climate changing picture. So we have built our way out of understanding what's the background of urban development. The situation is not new. In 1872, there was a great storm also from the Baltic Sea that killed over 300 people, and at that time, we had a national reaction to that, and in the south of Denmark, in just one stretch, they built over 60 kilometers of dike, and that was also a way of. There was a lot of unemployment at the same time, and so it was a national act to create jobs and at the same time make new protection. So that's what they did at that time, which was clever, but I don't think that strategy is holding water anymore, because we can't just build higher and higher dikes. We need to understand that we are looking into a more dynamic view on how water works. So what we did at the Copenhagen Island exhibition was to challenge the history, or not the history, but to seek a new answer going from Copenhagen as a small coastal city and with a lot of small villages put in between in the topography behind Copenhagen. Going towards the finger plan in 1947, and then to the monocentric development that happened despite of the finger plan's obvious success. The monocentric city with a huge economic, social, spatial pressure on the city center. And now we are challenged by water much more than we have ever thought we would be. Today, Copenhagen consists of a lot of pumps and drains, and if we lost the electricity, we would be underwater within a very short time. So that's not really sustainable. So what we decided was to start looking at the platform of landscape that we are building upon, and the topography as the foundation of understanding Copenhagen as a series of islands rather than a big coherent structure. So in my office, we believe that topography is the foundation of all things. That's where we always start. We start by removing any other information to look at only the topography and see how it informs our understanding about both nature and our ability to create cities. So as I said before, Copenhagen is originally built as settlements on islets and flat land. So, and now we want to raise the question, can we adapt climate changes by regaining the connection with the underlying landscape? What can we learn? Well, what we do know is that water knows no boundaries. Every child knows that. So, and we also know that by 2100, a storm surge water level will rise up to 5 meters around Copenhagen, and that is the recent IPCC reports goes even further as a possibility. No one knows. Along the coast, the rainwater from Copenhagen's large hinterland is drained in relatively few points, and now I really need to make this point thing work. Well, as you can see, there's only access through something around 10 points where water meets, where rainwater meets the coastal line, and that means that a lot of pressure coming from 70 kilometers in the land behind. If it just rushes through Copenhagen, you can understand what a pressure the city will have to endure. So increased rainfall and less pumping of drinking water causes high levels of groundwater to rise even further. At the same time, rising sea level pushes salt water into the groundwater, and salt water infuses it in the subsoil along the coastline. And what you can also see, the island of Amager is almost blue, half of it. And that is because the very blue color is where everything is going to be flooded. And the groundwater level is really high, close to the surface. Oh, and sorry, and all the little white arrows you see over the sea, that is water streams, the direction of the water streams, which is so important to understand how these systems are running. Because if you want to work with sediment transportation, which we do, as I will tell you about later, we need to know how sediments are being transported and how we can actually module the coastline if that's what we are aiming for. Another investigation we've made it was to look at the question of growth. Because since the 1600, the city has continuously expanded into the sea. All the purple parts of this map is actually landfill, reclaimed seabed, and drained marshes and bogs that has been just drained out and now used for housing. So 1/3 of Copenhagen is actually built on seabed. So this strategy and this way of expanding the city is not really very sustainable. And another issue we've been looking into is the thing that topography and welfare is actually very intertwined. As in any other city, the people with the biggest income are living in the highest level in the cities, and that's just the way it is. Except in the very old city center, because the value chain there is something different. But usually, the rich people are living on top, like the king. And the fishermen and the poor people are living close to the sea, as where they can get their food quickly, historically seen, or that's their working space. Funny enough, this structure is actually still very readable in Copenhagen, as you see in the white parts in the north of Copenhagen. The average income is 72,000 euros, whereas in the south, I think we are looking at 30,000 euros as a yearly income. So that shows the differences. And why is this important? It is so that if we want to look at a welfare system version 2.0, we also have to look at the water management as a part of a welfare system. And as it is now, it is far more complex than how we pay for schools and infrastructure and hospitals and all the other things we share. Historically, we do not share the costs of rainwater damages, for instance. So a future scenario. Well, to make an informed vision, we have to collaborate closely with our research partners, which we've been doing for the Copenhagen Island project. A lot of researchers from the Copenhagen University has been a close part of this, and we have also been closely involved with engineers and geologists and a lot of other people, which names I really should mention here. But together we did a series of investigations like water mapping and digital simulation of different sea levels and groundwater levels and so on. And studies of geology and how the soil can actually absorb water, the historical development, ownership, economy, value, definitions of value, infrastructure, and social balance of income. So there's so many layers to investigate on. And of course, we have not been able to look into everything. So what we have done in this version 1 was to look at these issues you see here, and the built structures will be on the next step at an exhibition in 2024. But what we are aiming at is to look at nature-based climate adaptation as a part of a new planning paradigm. We believe that we have to stop looking at administrative lines and ownership and look at transition zones between land and water. We have to look at the landscape as a water-absorbing sponge in which we need to leave much more space in our urban planning to be able to develop. And these nature-based climate adaptation tools are many different ones, and I could have a completely separate lecture on how these are going to work. But nature does work like a sponge if you combine it with its many different elements. Salt marshlands, bog landscapes, meadows, dense mangrove forests, dunes, eelgrass forests, stone reefs are all something that actually can work together and push the water back or or at least stop heavy waves from moving towards the city and lower the pressure. And inland, the soil can actually be able to absorb water and keep it there until we need it. At other times where we have less water. So we have to make an alliance with this big sponge, that landscape, if we just let it work as it does, it really could provide us with. So Copenhagen Island, this is like formed as a big, like a table at the exhibition where people can stand around and every house is actually visible in this model, just not for you because it's white on white, but it's in a scale so all houses are actually mapped. But what we want to put focus on was the space for this sponge to work, and so this is all made on in the offspring of the topography map that you saw before. So and of course this will change this polycentric urban structure that has been the backside of the finger plan, and form a polycentric structure that is based on new opportunities that arise in the periphery of Copenhagen. What we find is that the suburbs become more interesting if we start looking not in the centers, but rather in the edges. That's where the purple parts are. These areas are really ready to be developed with more density and more development of small housing that could be connected in different ways, which we're going to investigate on in the next step. Because retreat is really the next to nature-based design solutions. Retreat of building and housing is key to make changes, and to make retreat attractive. We can look into the modern people's need of actually getting closer to nature, actually having the opportunities to be close to recreational landscapes. And so I just I'm about to end, but I just want to show you an example. I think we're doing 10, 12 climate adaptation projects in Copenhagen right now, but one that we are particularly interested in showing you is the Karin's Memorial Access, which just finished a few months ago. And here you can actually see this climate adaptation project in the Southern Harbour District. And you can see this snake or seabed going through a park, and it can retain up to 15,000 cubic meters of rainwater, which covers a large part of the Southern Harbour District. So, and at the same time, it develops the parks and urban spaces and new nature, and improves the physical framework and positive transformation of the grassroots-spirited neighborhood that is existing there. And they have been really very involved in forming this project. It's a tiled path that weaves like a yellow riverbed in and out between existing trees. I think we have had to just remove one tree, but it was an aim to keep all existing trees. And so the task was to meander this yellow brick road for water and for urban recreational purposes down through this area, and also create much better accessibility for the inhabitants to the entire park. As I said, it's a very citizen-driven development. We have had a long talk and exchange with the inhabitants that has been really very, very interested in being involved. And they were completely against this project from the beginning because they really felt they needed to protect the cultural heritage of the site that was already there. But that has also been extremely important for us. So we found each other through a very good process. So it's a setting for cultural and social activities, and sometimes there's water and sometimes there's not. Sometimes the park is empty and sometimes it's full. It's like a living structure. So this water ends out in a trickle meadow that is the closest you can get to a sponge, which seeps even further out to a rainwater lake that again continues into the sea. So one of these green corridors that is part of the idea behind Copenhagen Islands is actually already created here. So. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rikke. I think there will be a lot of questions for you. But we quickly continue with our last speakers, and I have the pleasure of announcing Susann and Thomas Hauck from the research unit Landscape Architecture and Landscape Planning TU Wien. Susann is a landscape architect, urban planner and licensed mediator. She studied at TU Munich and received her doctorate from ETH Zurich. She is the founder of the office on landscape mediation, which is specialized in the nexus of landscape architecture and communication. Her work focuses on participative conflict resolving and co-creative methods to foster integrated planning and design projects. Together with Thomas Hauck, she holds the professorship for landscape architecture and landscape planning at TU Wien. And Thomas Hauck, he is also a landscape architect. He studied at the University of Hanover and received his doctorate from TU Munich. With the urban planner Cordelia Polina, he founded the planning office Polina Hauck Landscape and Urbanism. Since 2013, he has been leading the Animal-Aided Design Research Project together with Professor Wolfgang Weisser at the TU Munich, Chair of Terrestrial Ecology. The research project resulted in the spin-off of Studio Animal-Aided Design. And as already mentioned, together with Susann, he holds the professorship for landscape architecture and landscape planning at TU Wien. And they will present together or in a double conference or alternating, however.
You will see.
And I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you. You can relax, and thank you, Karin, and especially Lukas, and have fun, Thomas, here for this nice introduction. Thank you, especially all of you, because you stick around the whole day. I mean, this is tremendous, and listen to all these lectures. So thank you that you're still with us. So, okay. So with the words, we are no longer happily bubbling along. The boiling has begun. Futurist James Casque described a major shift in our social, political, cultural, and technological realities, which is under tremendous pressure as 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries are currently being exceeded, as you can see in the diagram. Looking at the integrity of biospheres, nitrogen cycles, carbon dioxide cycles, deforestation, and also water pollution, we can see that our planet is under tremendous pressure in all areas. Indeed, the entangled crises have set the focus on the destruction of ecological systems and the depletion of natural resources. But I mean, that's why we're here today also, the symposium and yesterday. So we are aware of what we haven't, but we have also be aware that we created actually a harmful ecosystem, an environment that can be reminiscent of a boiling water kettle, which is leading to crisis situation. And we have to understand that this movement is closely connected to our own habits, our way of how we construct, how we design, how we plan, and especially how we followed a growth-oriented urbanization process within the past and even today. So today's talk will address the remediation and restoration processes, and will try to open up alternative approaches to ecological resilience in highly urbanized environments. And the content of this talk is based on the research Thomas and I had in different universities and also in our practices, which brings us to Asia and Europe. First to Asia. Who has been to Asia? Okay, so now you can see whether your own expressions or impressions are the same as mine. If not, I'm sorry for that. Okay, the megacity of Seoul can serve as a really good example to try and see the connection between urbanization process and the restoration processes. The South Korean capital, as you can see here in the diagrams and also the satellite photos, followed a very rapid urban growth process from the 60s, and actually there were like, when we see that, it was within only 120 years where the inhabitants of the city of Seoul increased tremendously from about 200,000, just imagine, quite small city, to 9.8 million today, or in 2020, and even the larger metropolitan area, or this little capital area, has nowadays about 26 million inhabitants, which is almost half of the population in Korea. So we are talking about real mega cities. And so this urbanization process has led to enormous environmental problems. And also to a huge shortage of green spaces. And this process was driven basically by territorial claims and unlimited growth strategies in urban planning under the cover of modernity. Looking at the skylines here, you can hardly believe that Seoul was one of the poorest countries not so long ago. So we had this tremendous urbanization and densification process at the one hand, but we can also observe another process in Seoul, which was starting in the 1980s. There was a paradigm shift. We had this also in different cultural backgrounds today. And in Seoul, there was also this paradigm shift from growth-oriented to environmental-oriented urban planning. So with the aim of enhancing nature, also promoting culture and identity, and improving the city's global image in a global competition, an era of environmental restoration was started. You can see it in the lower picture from in the 80s. Do you see that? Oh, okay, this is better than pointer. Okay, and thus the city planners and architects began to systematically work on greening the city and restoring Seoul's landscape. In the course of landscape restoration projects, numerous residential buildings, but also industrial sites and infrastructures were demolished. All of this happened within a political atmosphere of huge housing shortage and also high land prices. We heard about the economical factor. And so the projects were often linked to to national campaigns and a top-down approach. The focus of the projects were basically on the city's mountains and river systems. And the result was an immense increase of the number of parks, what you can see here. I mean, just imagine, this is the dream of every landscape architect. From the 1980s with 367 parks, there was an increase only within 10 years to 1,038. And we were asking, how could this happen? I mean, we all know in practice, it is so difficult to retrieve houses, to restore environment within dense urban cities because we have all these conflicts about space. So we were asking that and taking the example of Seoul. You can read this process as a response to past crises. And in Seoul, I mean, in every country it is very different and cultural specific, but in Seoul, landscape, as palimpsest, follows a tradition of constant overwriting. And the question is, what kind of layers, cultural, historical, ecological layers, do we want to retrieve? So in the case of Seoul, it is interesting that the landscape elements were often used to overcome the trauma of Japanese colonial rule and the government who occupied Korea from 1910 to 1945. So interviews indicated that actually it was seen as major transgression and insult that the landscape in Seoul, especially the mountains and river systems, were transformed and degraded under Japanese colonial rule. But it was not only the ecological degradation, but moreover a cultural overwriting. For example, the sacred mountain Namsan, what you see on the top image, this is an old picture from Joseon Dynasty, was reshaped, cut in the mountain, and also, there was built a shrine on it, what you can see in the lower picture, during the Japanese colonial rule. So the expression of how to transform topography, how to imprint your traces into the landscape really matters in that case. Therefore, the Japanese not only kind of built the Shinto shrine on the mountainside, but also they put up the concept of a park around it. So, I mean, we're often taking parks for granted. I mean, I'm also raising up in a generation where we were sure, okay, every city has some parks, but actually the concept of parks as open space, public open space, is not so old. And also in Korea, it was introduced and disseminated, especially through the Japanese colonial government in only 100 years ago. So it was basically the park, a byproduct of modernity. And so what was interesting in the interviews we had is that actually when we were talking about park planning, some of the witnesses already had some negative connotation with it. So it's really important how we talk about our own ideas and how this might be perceived differently in different contexts. But it was not only the Japanese who used landscape elements to demonstrate their cultural and national supremacy. Only about 45 years later, the Korean government tried to erase the traces of Japanese colonial rule by restoring again the mountains. So it was really struggling about nature. So the landscape was used as symbol for Korean national identity, and the landscape restoration project were supported by a narrative to overcome the trauma and the political oppression and to restore also the lost identity. So landscape restoration and remediation can be read in this way to overcome past crises on the one hand, and it can also read to overcome current crises. So maybe some of you know Seoul, the air pollution, the climate, so is struggling really with a lot of environmental problems. And you can see also here with the land surface temperature that we're really heading into heat island effects, which are health conflicting issues. And so that's the government in Seoul, and the Korean government, was poised to find nature-based solutions and remediation strategies to tackle ecological challenges with the historic arguments always connected to it. And next to restoring mountains, they also focused on restoring the river system. And the most famous project of that is the restoration of Cheonggyecheon, which was part of, actually, as you can see here, it is this river, actually, Cheonggyecheon, south of the palaces, which had been a very which had a lot of, or which was coining the urban fabric in old Joseon dynasty. So Jeongejeon, some of you know that probably, it's already an old example, but the historic stream had been covered since the 1970s through a motorway, and as an act of ecological recovery and restoration, the stream was developed on 3 fundamental levels. One was healing nature, one was healing culture, and one was healing history. So we can see all these weird, not weird, but this interesting combination of different layers where we actually discuss and negotiate nature. So the project has been finished in 2005, and it has been exemplified and discussed and praised for its ecological value and sustainable development. And also it has, of course, inspired urban planners. But if you look closer, it is really a good example to show the paradigm shift to an environmental friendly urban planning. But the question remains, which ideal of nature do we want to restore? So how can we really create a sustainable structure within our cities? And of course, I mean, the Jeongejeon project is a huge achievement for pedestrians and also for the recreational value. But studies already show that actually the environmental performance is lower than expected. Above all, what counts in this project is the Arcadian, a little bit romantic idea of nature, what we all have in our hearts probably. And the story we tell our kids is based on the illusion on healing and recovery and restoration. But all these remediation and restoration projects, whether technically, functionally, or culturally driven, still follow a human-centered approach. So we have really to question whether we can tackle with a human-centered approach climate change and biodiversity crisis, or whether we maybe need different approaches and whether we have to rethink our human-nature relationship and find new ways of ecology. So I can relax now.
Thank you, Susann. Yeah, anthropocentric relationships with nature, even when marked by a love for it, are relations of exploitation. This is particularly reflected in how mental and spatial boundaries are drawn in urban planning and architecture. Arcadian architecture, such as, for example, Philip Johnson's Glass House, speaks of seamless transition between indoors and outdoors, between human living spaces and the landscape. But what are we really doing here? Arcadian architecture are devices from which we can, in aesthetic detachment, gaze upon nature, sheltered within a protective climate envelope. Nature, on the other hand, pounds its head against the invisible yet unyielding boundary. What you see here is a so-called bird print, the imprint of a bird that collided with a glass panel at the Berlin airport. Arcadian machines and practices are one-way streets of aesthetic exploitation. The needs of the other party play no role. The relationship between architecture and non-humans illustrates this relationship. Every year, an estimated 100 million birds die in Germany because they collide with glass panels. That is 5% of the bird population. Countless insects, migratory birds, and bats are killed, weakened, and their habitat impaired by light pollution from buildings. This raises the question, and we already heard about it today often, why do we act this way? Why are the needs of non-humans hardly considered and integrated into the planning of cities and buildings? This is closely related to the hygiene paradigm of modernity and the dualistic idea that city and nature, civilization and wilderness are separate spatial spheres as well as separate functional systems. This can be clearly observed in the displacement of livestock and wildlife from the modern city. For example, slaughterhouses in European cities were part of the spectrum of land use, but were relocated to the outskirts. The right place for animals, their filth and even their death, is not in the civilized space of the modern metropolis. At the same time, there are protected areas for nature outside, where humans' influence is kept to a minimum, such as national parks. This is reflected in opposing planning systems. We have planning system for urban planning, architecture, and open space planning, designing and managing urban growth. On the other hand, nature preservation and landscape planning trying to tame development and urban growth. This is correct, and it's necessary to have these planning vectors like this, but the problem is that possible synergies are being overlooked between development, urban planning, and the interests of non-humans. But can this dualism be empirically proven at all? In our research group, we analyzed mapping data of animals within a radius of 50 kilometers around 30 cities in Germany. These data demonstrate that the concept of separating city and nature is not plausible. On average, half of the animal species in the studied areas are living within the city and in the surrounding countryside. This reveals a significant overlap across this imagined boundary. Moreover, it clearly demonstrates that cities are vital natural spaces that can harbor high biodiversity. Typically, urban areas have higher biodiversity than intensively farmed rural surroundings, and that's important, intensively farmed rural surroundings, not other landscape types. So you could say then, is there even a problem? If cities, as we build them, already promote biodiversity, everything is fine. But data shows that due to urban expansion, both outward and inward, biodiversity in urban areas declines, as demonstrated here using the example of the house sparrow in the United Kingdom. We have cities, for example, Munich, where in the inner city area only one population of house sparrows are left. As urban planning leads to significant biodiversity loss and nature conservation measures are evidently unable to halt this decline, it might be meaningful to explore synergies between urban development and nature conservation. We therefore proposed using a method we call animal-aided design to make biodiversity, particularly animals, new stakeholders in urban and open space planning and architecture. The animal-aided design method consists of 4 planning steps aligned with the planning phases of urban planning, urban design, and architecture. The objective of this process is to integrate the needs of wild animal species into urban planning at various scales. But we are not planning for random animals and bringing them to project sites. We are not building zoos, but we're planning for the animals living in the planning area. We determine the regional species pool through data analysis. We analyze urban ecological connectivity to understand which animals can reach the planning area. This aims to ensure connectivity between populations. The goal of animal-aided design is to enable humans and non-humans to live together in the city. In a negotiation process in which human stakeholders represent their interests, but also the needs of animals, target species for a project area are defined. After this, the central design step is carried out. Starting from the life cycle of the target species, their habitat requirements are integrated into the overall design for a park, a building, or an urban neighborhood, just as designers do with the various needs of elderly people, children, adults, women, men, and so on. The creative challenge is to give shape to the abstract habitat requirements that we provide as quantitative and qualitative data. For both human and animal needs, design solutions must be found following a concept of multi-coding. All requirements arising from the life cycle of the animals must be taken into account, as otherwise, for example, food resources or breeding sites may be missing. To facilitate facilitate this approach in architectural design in the future, we are working in the European research project Ecolopes within a consortium of universities and companies, such as McNeil, the creators of Rhino and Grasshopper, on a multi-species design tool. This Grasshopper plugin is intended to integrate architectural and ecological modeling. This integration will allow the simulation of plant and animal community succession processes on building envelopes. The goal is to design buildings that effectively function as ecosystems with high biodiversity. The application of animal-aided design is possible on 3 scales: at the project level, the neighborhood level, and the citywide level. On the object level, of course, it concerns the architectural object, and there is a high potential to design it as an architecture of cohabitation. However, in terms of effectiveness, it would be more important first to focus on the low-hanging fruit. Every building and every open space offers countless opportunities to design it with simple interventions so that the needs of target species are satisfied. In the facade, on the roofs, in the planting design. Significant impact could be achieved quickly and inexpensively here. Here is an example of a bed roost integrated into a ceramic facade. On the urban planning level, we work with the sets of rules and toolkits that are designed to navigate a multi-species design through a multi-stage planning process, where, for example, responsibilities change from urban design to building sites. The goal here are to optimize the urban connectivity of a neighborhood, meet resource needs through a network of measures, and provide these measures in the form of simple and long-term sustainable structures. On a citywide level, on a citywide scale, we are working on research projects to model urban connectivity for animal species, enabling us to identify barriers and critical resource areas. This will also make it possible to simulate the effects of land use changes on the ecological network. We hope that in the future we can add a multi-species dimension to the modeling of infrastructure networks. The anthropocentric view of nature as a physical and aesthetic resource has proven to be the perspective of colonizers who cannot or do not want to see the consequences of their exploitation. However, as societies of this planet and not in the space, we must turn our attention to preserving its conditions for habitability. As Latour and Nikolai Schulz have formulated it, this requires a new understanding of production. To produce means to assemble and combine, not to generate. In other words, to carefully bring into existence the survival of the beings on which the habitability of the world depends. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, very inspiring. Let us continue immediately, although it might be hard without any break. I ask now all the speakers to the stage. Now we will have the panel discussion, which is moderated by Robert Korab. Robert Korab is a physicist, a science theorist, and a property developer. He was the CEO of the Austrian Institute for Ecology from 1986 to 2000, before he founded and directed Raum und Kommunikation, Space and Communication, which is an urban and spatial planning office specializing in ecologically oriented project development, strategic urban renewal, and cooperative and co-housing projects. He is the founder and partner of MO Point, which develops and operates share mobility services, a member of the advisory board of Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, as well as a member of the Advisory Council for Urban Development of the city of Eisenstadt in Austria. He holds a large number of other very important and responsible positions that I can't even list here all, so yeah. I'm very glad that I could convince him to come here and to moderate this panel. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to a very interesting and inspiring discussion, and I leave the stage. Yeah.
Thank you. That's due to my age that I held those positions. If you get older, everything becomes a little bit broader. It's quite a wide range of contributions in this sector of the conference. So I tried to a little bit to reflect what's maybe is common or what are the main questions. And the first, what I suggest is that the point is that we have to deal with existing structures and building estates by now. Was your message, Yuma. And restructuring and modernizing the cities is a deeply ecological question too. Not only adapting the new structures, but also dealing with old structures and adapting them. So I think that you have shown that in a very fine way, and we also saw it in other contributions. And my question is, you have showed us some kind of a trans-professional perspective. It's a kind of local expertise, it's anonymous architecture, it's community building. And I have the question, what's the potential of this attitude in a very heavily commercialized world? You showed us from Copenhagen the effects of real estate business, of soaring real estate business in the last years. So how can this, what chance is it? How much can this contribute to a sustainable, more sustainability in our cities? Besides this big commercial sector that makes a big pressure. Also,
yeah, sure. Does everyone hear me? Yes. Thank you for the very interesting question. I'll have to think about that. I think in many ways, I really like this idea that you brought up, this idea of kind of trans-professional, or kind of, transcending, I guess, the professional, where kind of the architect or kind of the building professional, in a sense, also becomes open to these other, to dialogue or to kind of conversations with other people, be it, I guess, in the case of these older buildings, also dialogue with the material, dialogue with the existing buildings. I think this is also something that I think is also a kind of a through kind of a red thread through all of these contributions also as well. Kind of how can, well, I'm not an architect, but I'll just kind of perform the architect. How can we as architects, how can we as as kind of building professionals, in a sense, kind of lose our ego, right? And kind of open ourselves up to these conversations, to these inputs, I think, with other actors, right? And actors, I think, in a very wide sense. So actors, I think yesterday there was also talk about materials having agency, right? Which I find a very beautiful idea, kind of this conversation with materials, but also conversation with other species, conversation also with the kind of the natural forces that are in in action, that have already existed, right, and will continue to exist, and in a sense also conversations with these other actors, these participants, right, in political processes. And I think, yeah, I mean, I don't want to make too large a statement, but I do think that kind of with regards to your question about how does that, in a sense, kind of provide an antidote, I guess, to this kind of very over-commercialized or very kind of profit-driven urban development. I do think that this kind of openness, this kind of ability maybe to develop a certain empathy, right, with others, with other beings, etc., could also, in a sense, open up, or I don't know, hopefully lead to a new kind of building practice. maybe a little bit very big, very big vision, but yeah.
And we heard before in the morning that that there are benefits of interacting with, for example, with other disciplines. And you told us it's a win-win situation if the local resident or the locals are involved and they protect also some kind of evolution in the public space, for example. Do you think that how would you characterize these points of shaping a win-win situation? What's the speciality of this win-win situation and establishment of a local cooperation?
I'll just check. Is this on? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think basically what's essential is to recognize the expertise of everyone, as I said. In a way, it's not like we are losing our own expertise or our own ego, but we just make space for others that are there and are important too, and that are not just people, but actually are also like animals or nature. And I think it needs a sort of a presence, and that we see what's around it and respect it. And then it becomes part of the dialogue and part of the creation process. And it's a lot, I think our presentations were a lot about shared territories in a way, where everyone has an important part in the dialogue.
That's a nice picture, I guess, shared territory. That's also what you said. We have to share our territory with other inhabitants, not only with human, but also with animal inhabitants. And what's the benefit? I ask you, as a commercial developer, I would say, what's the benefit of sharing? What do I have? Is it rising the prices or?
So when you talk about what's the benefits, is that for property owners or developers, or are you pointing at a specific group? Because value is, of course, an extremely difficult question, especially when you talk about planning the future, looking perhaps 70 years ahead. What is value creation today, and what will it be in the future? And I think in that sense, it starts by creating visions and using common knowledge and also specialist knowledge, and by that forming visions. But next step from that is to start creating data, discussing visions together with economists. Because as we all know, connect the dots and draw the animal, and the dots consist of numbers, and this is just how society works. So if we want to change the value chain and our understanding of value, we need to be able to prove value, and that's a really difficult part about this. But still, this is our task, because otherwise we will just keep talking in closed circles, and that is a great concern of mine these days, because we now know we have to move forward with this discussion that we have opened about Copenhagen, and that will change a lot about ownership, for instance, ownership of land. And that is something deeply rooted into the mentality of man in the Western world.
But I think there is a certain kind of battle between common values, because there are common values, always have been, and commercial values in the cities. And how could you bring those, it's also a question in your architectural example, because this creates value. It creates value at the neighborhood and at the neighborhood level. How could we strengthen this kind of common value? I mean, as one kind of value is maybe to be more resilient towards climate change. When we create green structures in the city and we make the buildings greener. So what do you think? What kind of what's the value that can be brought to the audience, to the public?
Maybe I can step in. I mean, I think there is a whole bundle of values. I guess we cannot stick with only one value, as we already said, I think we have to discuss and bring it into public sphere, and also question the dominance of commercial values, which is the other way. But we have actually in landscape architecture and regeneration a lot of different values, which is economically because of parks, systems, the price, the land price is actually becoming very attractive for certain groups, or whether we have to fight gentrification, or whether we have ecological values, climate values. So we have a whole bundle of values, and I think the complexity is the difference. Because I think all of these values, I totally agree, we have to make them countable and discussable. We have to learn the language of politicians and developers to be convincing, and that's why we also have to translate and learn how to translate our thinking visions into their mindset. And this is a lot about participation. I think it's really changing the perspective and going into this other's perspective and try to really be convincing. And that is something where we have a whole task of, it's not only designing, it's really this whole task of moderating, being mediators and so on, in order to bring these bundle of values a little bit forward. And it's a hard struggle though.
A very direct way of using nature and development of nature as a tool for value growing is to start looking at sites from the nature's perspective. And that is actually something that developers understand. When you mature a building site from the beginning, with working with nature, working with climate protection, working with different the house for different species, then actually the site itself grows without spending much money, just to do the right thing, just to prepare the sponge, and then the value of the buildings added to the site is growing increasingly, and that is something that I know from large stakeholders, which say every money spent on landscaping makes percentage-wise the value of the entire building grow much more than adding to the architecture itself or the built architecture itself, which is I find quite interesting. I think that mentality should grow. But I'd much rather look at sites with existing buildings and change those constructions and at the same time improve the site, as you were talking about also.
I'm just a little bit unclear about what kind of value are we actually talking about, or like what do you mean when you say commercial value? Are you talking about the selling the real estate value? The real estate value, yes. And yeah, I mean, I think, what was I going to say?
I'm not a propagator.
Of course.
I just ask how to establish this, how to bring it more to the front, to bring those things, the common good more in to the front. That's
and how do you justify this within a kind of capitalist system where kind of this exchange value of the building or property is still kind of the dominant paradigm? Okay, yeah. Yes, I guess one interesting example, now second chance to become a little bit more concrete, I guess, for me. I think a good example, or an interesting case study in this sense is actually the project that I introduced at the very beginning, the Mokjing Kikaku, the CHAR, which is, on the one hand, it is also a kind of a business model. It's creating value. It's creating value. Or kind of revaluating these kinds of houses, these apartments that had lost value, right? And kind of it's a kind of a method, a kind of strategy in order to kind of create new value without, in a sense, demolishing, right, what is already there. So in a sense, it's a kind of interesting hacking, let's say, of the system that kind of allows for kind of certain objectives to be met, namely, for example, okay, well, like saving this kind of existing built environment, which of course has, is also overlaid with a variety of different other values, right? Like nostalgic value, kind of like, oh, you don't want to be demolishing entire kind of neighborhoods, etc. And yet at the same time, kind of still functions kind of within this capitalist system. And so I think, I don't know, I think also in terms of like, well, like how do we, I'm still thinking out loud here, but I think that what's also important is I think that also architects, professional or building professionals also do kind of have this interesting know-how to kind of synthesize and also kind of understand larger systems. And I think if we could kind of somehow use this knowledge in order to understand the system and then create kind of ways in which we can, in a sense, hack the system, right? That kind of turns kind of the logic of the system kind of on its head in order to serve our own needs. This could be a very interesting.
And how do we learn that? Do we learn it at the universities? How do we learn to interact, to cooperate? We heard it today. SLA, they say it's multidisciplinary. It's not only landscape architecture, but an architect, but it's much more. And Oana told us it's much more, not only the professionals, but also the locals, also the people who are involved and who are affected by what we are doing. How could we train this in our profession, for example?
I think the best way is learning by doing. That's how I learned a lot of stuff. So enabling students, for example, to go out in the field to get into participation process with real stakeholders. So having these laboratory situations is one way I prefer because it's a lot about fun. And I think that is also important for teachers. But I think also it's it's really beneficial for all the students because they can create their own experience, their own reflections. And I think that's how every human being is learning. So I think in the way also of how we discuss, it's a pity that we didn't try out something but staying on the panel. But maybe next time we can have a workshop together and try to go into the experience study, because I think that's, at least with my case, there is the most what I can remember afterwards.
If I should add something to that, the best way of learning is to meet the market. It is so that different governments all over the world starts to come up with new demands for every new project that is being applied for. And that means that the project owners has to have new kinds of services added to their projects. So we just need to prepare for this future that is already beginning. We need to be able to collaborate with outside our own little aquarium of knowledge, and the funny thing is that it becomes much more interesting to do your own work when you start infiltrating in other fields. And so I think we will be challenged on this from outside if we do not learn to do it just as a normal part of our practices.
Can I add something? Yes, but still I think it's very important, and I would say 80% of all European Union research projects are trans and interdisciplinary, so it's not only trial and error. So I think we have to learn to cooperate on transdisciplinary basic, and we need methods and techniques for that. So that's I'm doing it now for some years, and still biologists and designers working together is really complicated and a problem because people don't understand each other and they have no common research background and also not a common background of knowledge. These are completely separated bubbles, spheres, and so we have to break this up, and their research and the universities have to take part in that, breaking up these spheres.
just add to that. I think language is there very important because we actually use different languages, and therefore we think we need translators, but I think all of us are actually capable of simple language. And we learn that when we work with children, for example. I mean, we could also say that, I mean, children wouldn't understand us if we would talk to them like we talk to our professional colleagues or colleagues from the same profession. Yeah, I think it's about making it simple. I mean, things are complex, but they don't have to be complicated.
My experience in the field of general planning, for example, and erecting buildings is that all the competencies are very separated, and they are very they are kept as a secret, kept as a professional secret. So there are people collaborating in different fields, but everybody is an expert and don't want to interfere the others with his expertise. So I think maybe it would be important to bring to the front that it's an advantage for all to cooperate. I don't know how to do, because I often living in an environment where you think it would be profitable to cooperate, but in fact everybody says I protect my own field. Yeah.
So yes, exactly. I think it's fear to interfere, but also fear to be interfered. In terms of change in territories, I think that's psychologically very present. But once someone makes the experience, like you were saying, it's already different, because it's so exciting actually to find out different things from different fields. And that is, I mean, that for the creative process is actually crucial.
Yes.
I come to think of a kind of collaboration that I find really interesting. Engineers are using, well, talking about water management, engineers are using in Denmark, and I think everywhere else, using a program called Scalco that measures different kinds of water levels, and you can do everything with this program in the simulations and all that stuff. And we used to let the engineers control this program. And if we wanted to get some information, we called the engineers and asked them, what about this and what about that? And then we had to wait for a few days, and then we might have a response. Now we have the programs ourselves. But the interesting thing is that this does not mean that we don't need engineers anymore. It's just a way of us using their knowledge to improve our design, and then they can actually check if this is, they're the ones who are responsible to make sure that our solutions are the right ones. But we use their language as a guideline for us. And that's good for us, and that's good for the engineers, and it smoothens our correspondence and makes everyone happier. And it's also a way of, and it's not really very difficult. Sometimes we are afraid that we do not understand other languages than our own, but it's an open-mindedness, I think. It also is about.
And maybe a short comment to that. I hope that the next generation, and even today, the culture is already changing a little bit. We can see it in universities, we can see it in old role models and how they change now. And I mean, in reality and also in the city government, there are still huge bubbles of, you know, what you just described, not interdisciplinary connected work. And it's really a challenge to overcome these barriers, which they are. But I have the hope, which is maybe a little bit naive, that also that what we teach now in university, that is to collaborate, and that we need to collaborate in order to tackle the really entangled crisis and difficult situations. So there is now a huge need to overcome this idea that we can solve everybody and everything on our own. So we need to work in teams in order to have different expertises, starting from kids to different species and so on. So I hope this will seeker or come a little bit like in the minds of the people and the next generation, and but we have to start now with that. So.
I mean, one thing is that you have to deal with failures. Maybe with you try and maybe it doesn't work. You showed us how you said they have to be careful to live in their home. So that's a kind of to be open to learn. And it's very difficult, I think, in the profession, because in the profession you have to be perfect. It's expected that you know everything. And to say we want to try something, we just finished a building and we did some very specialties that were not regular, and everybody had a big fear. They said, "Oh, the residents will come and say you did it wrong, and there happened something." So maybe this is also a kind of to be more experimental. And I think in the theme of nature in the city and ecology. There is something that couldn't be calculated. You can't calculate how you can allow to nature to get in again. It's
not true.
You can calculate.
You know, the problem is we have first to understand what ecology is, because it's a natural science and you can calculate as you can work with natural laws. But still, as science is also evolving and can make mistakes, you know, it's not like that you can calculate it like a machine outcome, but you could simulate and you can get a clue how succession is going on and what will happen. This is what natural science is doing. The problem is that architecture and also landscape architecture, and you really doing differently, that's really good. They are not used to cooperate with natural scientists.
And isn't it the same like in an architecture or a building? I mean, you cannot calculate how the social usage is gonna be, how people are gonna adapt to the space and so on. I think it's not so much different. So it's about taking these potential processes into account and try to work and figure out certain openness of how different results can be. So I think that is really about modeling and simulation. And
there's always a gap between the general and the empirical, so the case, but still you're not walking in darkness. So that's
no, I didn't think about darkness, but but people want to avoid any irregularities. That's my experience. And if you let nature, if you let nature in, you have to leave it to get unfolded. Yeah. And you can't foresee in any case how it's unfolded. If you refurbish a house like you told us with the holes, maybe it changes in 1 or 2 years. So that's a kind of our activity and architecture and buildings are very stable for a long time. They have to rest like this. They have to be durable and things like that. So this kind of volatility, I think it's difficult to accept. Mm-hmm.
Well, but time is a very important factor in this, and I think that has been running as a red thread through also yesterday's talks with the different investigations on different kinds of material and how they deteriorate or grow over time. Sometimes the speed of changes are a little difficult to measure, but the direction we know a lot about, and I think that's some very important knowledge that we need to find a language for. When you talk about nature-based design as a tool for climate adaptation, I often get the question, when is it going to look like this? And I can just say always and never, because it's the ability to read a structure and read some natural mechanisms that we need to nourish, like we nourish a garden or we are maintaining a building. That we have to keep pushing things in the direction that we want it to be, and then things will grow over time. But you can't put a specific year or a date on a specific situation. But you know that you can improve the amount of species in a specific spot if you make the conditions right for it.
And if you put soil on your roof, and we know the soil, we can simulate what will grow there, so that's not a surprise.
And also, I think we have to go back and not talk about the entity of nature. I mean, that's an illusion. So we have to be precise. I mean, I think if we just talk about, oh, nature comes and will unfold, it is a way to not specific enough. So it's like we have to really go into details like yesterday and today and really talk, look what is coming, how can we engage something, what can be controlled, where should we also not control. I mean, that is even more, even better. So I think these are all processes. It's only a different way of constructing and designing. And I think in architecture also there are these processes like ephemeral architecture and temporal building. So it's not that architecture is always, also in different cultures, it's not that it is always stable and durable, but there are a lot of different things, and I think it's rather the individual approach, how we deal with uncertainties and unstableness and maybe a result that we have not been expected, which is most of the time a very wonderful experience, so embracing the unknown. And I think that is something we have to tackle in the future, because I guess we cannot control.
Yeah, sorry. I don't agree with what you're saying. So I think it's not about. It's again this dualism that you think architecture is human control and nature. That's it happened. Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. I think what humans, and maybe it's mainly in the Western society, we don't like that natural processes are self-organized, and we just can look at it, and it happens without our influence. Yeah, so it happens from its own. So it's only the fear of that we don't have control, but it's not that the processes are not following specific rules. That's not the case.
No, I just wanted to add, I think, kind of to also dock onto this conversation of uncertainty and how do you deal with uncertainty. I mean, you know, I think of course the tendency, I think, of a design professional perhaps is to try to control, you know, maybe it's more of a stereotype, but I think kind of what's very interesting in this respect is a lot of the talk that we also had in the last panel, as well as also yesterday, about, I think, about gardening, the links to gardening, where kind of gardening is kind of this very interesting counter model to this, to architecture, where you're designing the beginnings and not the ends, right? And in a sense, I think that architecture can learn a lot from this kind of attitude where, like, you can, like, maybe what's more important is to think about, okay, well, how can you actually design these beginnings such that kind of, you know, you can kind of, in a sense, you know, as you were saying, you know, there's a kind of certain directionality, right? That you can kind of already foresee or kind of presage or kind of prefigure, I guess, that then. But of course, how that actually ends up, of course, you can't control. But it's really more about kind of starting with this and then kind of keeping with it, and you know, which I think is also something I touched upon, I think, in my presentation, about kind of this care for the community. You know, you can't just kind of place something there, right, and then say, okay, my job is done, right? Like, you have to kind of stay with it, and you have to kind of care for it too. And I think that's also another aspect of the building profession, architectural profession, whatever you can call it, whatever. But that I think, yeah, I think we need to start emphasizing more, or start talking about more. Yeah, but
I think we need to understand the difference between nature and designed nature. Nature itself we should stay away from and let it grow as it wants to. But we are representing professions where we are designing natural processes. We are initiating directions, and that is something that are different from nature when it's working on its own, which is rarely nowhere. But many natures have been under influence of design as it is now, or just the global changes. But still, I think the interesting thing for us is that nature can provide us with tools where we have intentions that we define for ourselves and for our communities, and then start pushing certain processes in the right direction. Because if we don't and just leave space and see what happens, that's a different thing. We have to look at urban green areas as gardens, but different gardens than the ones that we used to know, where with the cut grass and everything. Well, that's some cultural sites needs to be maintained like this, but new natures, new urban natures, is something that we need to define to ourselves how we are going to continuously push this forward. Otherwise, it will not happen. We need to develop our language on the tools and how to work like that.
Okay, Oana?
I just wanted to go back to the idea of control, and I think as architects, we should leave the idea that we can control the project when we are not there anymore. I mean, someone said today in the presentation very beautifully that actually the life of the project begins when we are not there anymore. And there we have to just let go and hope for the best. I just wanted to give an example. There was this situation where the intention was to encourage people in the countryside to recycle, and the infrastructure was not there, so therefore they were provided with these barrels so they can put the waste in. And then the people came after a while to see what's happening, and the barrels were being used. That's the good news. The good news is the barrels were being used, but they were used. People realized that they are wonderful for doing krauti. So basically that's sour cabbage. So yeah, I mean, they appropriated. It was not in the waste, but the waste didn't end up in it either. So yeah, let go.
Okay, I think we have to come to an end. I wanted to ask, are there questions? Yes, please.
Biodiversity on this, within this built environment, whereas built environment only is about 4% on the planet's surface, and the problem derives from the remaining 80% of the surface, which is forest and farming. So why do we invest so much money? I think it's much more effort to invest money in the plant environment and in the built environment, whereas actually it's the task for the farming ministry to write, for example, kind of a building code that tells the farmers how to use their land more reasonably or more responsible. For example, we have to build a green roof to retain water, but nobody checks how much water can be retained on a farming land, for example. And there we know a lot from permaculture that nature can somehow maintain or make it better if we leave it, if we leave it to the nature itself. But there is a certain boundary where it's too much dead, more or less, where it doesn't do this by itself.
Well, I think you are so right. I think sometimes we hide a little bit behind urban nature as a way to save the planet. Urban nature is of course important because it can actually add to the way a city is functioning. But the real struggle, that is exactly in the countryside. That is how we balance farmland and agriculture with the urgent need of leaving space for nature. So I think parallel to talking about greener cities, we need to keep the discussion about the much bigger discussion about leaving land for and space for nature outside the cities open. But we tend to forget, we tend to look at the nature that we would either have or have already or wanting to have just outside our own door as urban citizens. I think that is, it can be actually very dangerous to our understanding of what nature is.
I also want to say something. So I think this is a dualistic argument again. So, you know, urbanization is a process and it's covering the whole world. So I think this separation is not true. You are absolutely right, I think, and maybe you heard about the UN Biodiversity Convention that 1/3 of the world has to be protected, and it's absolutely right and necessary to addressing what you said, but still, if you look from two perspectives, from species protection and also from animal rights perspective, there's a very high biodiversity in cities, so they are there. And so what's your idea? To kill them, push them out, and to ignore it? So, you know, we are cohabitating already, so you can't gentrify these living organisms that are already here in a high diversity. So that's, you know, that's not a fair argument, I would say.
Are there more questions? I would have liked to pose the question what climate change, how climate change affects all this, because this is a very, very important question. Maybe next year we can deal with this. But we heard a lot today, but we didn't deal with it. And you also mentioned it in some aspects, and I guess, and you mentioned it because you said Copenhagen will get Copenhagen Islands from what it is now. So I think that's also a very, very burning question we have to deal with, but not today. There was another question. Sorry? You said? Okay.
Hello, Alexander Smarga, ES Architects from London. I've got a question to all the panelists. It's more a daily work question. What kind of strategies do you apply to decarbonize your projects?
Decarbonization is very closely linked to actually new nature and nature building, and also to wetlands. Wetlands is absorbing and containing a lot of CO2, and the lowlands where there tends to be more wet than highlands is something that usually were worth nothing as farmlands, and so we had actually just let them be the marshes and meadows as they were. But now solar panels are starting to grow on the very, very precious wetlands, also in the cities or around the cities. But maintaining these areas, these zones of sponge, is extremely important for the containment of CO2. So it's closely intertwined.
I think one of the most important strategies is to deal with the built environment, with the already built environment, and to restructure it, to modernize it, to change it, and not to expand. We have a society of ongoing expansion. So we want to build new buildings, and so we have to deal with the existing, and that's a good strategy for decarbonization because you don't produce waste, you use the existing buildings, especially in office buildings. This is the case now. I was in Brussels 2 weeks ago, a big high-rise was restructured. That's decarbonization, instead of building new buildings that are very good in terms of LEED certification and things like that, but they consume a lot of resources.
So I would like to add to that. That's also the core of our work. Actually, I was saying that the status quo, what we meet in our projects, quite often we need a new building because the other one is old and it's too small and whatever, or we need to expand beyond the boundaries of the settlement on the green fields because we need parking places or whatever. So we usually go against it, but I think what's quite important, it's through our processes, as I was speaking about, it's by bringing people on board. We decarbonize first the mentalities so that implementation can actually happen.
Okay.
Maybe one last word to that, sorry. I think it has to happen on several levels because when I'm also in the architecture chamber and talking to them, a lot of decarbonization ideas are about, the building level and material level. I think this is very important. At the same time, there has to be on a level of city planning and urban level. So bringing in green infrastructure would be very important, having green roofs and all these measurements, facades. So greening the cities is one important factor, which is also having the impact on the microclimate and so on. So, and I think, and then going to the bigger scale of landscape and the different networks. So I think we have to go on each level and try to decarbonize in a social level and also on different spatial levels. So I think that's important.
I also think it's not only a material question. It's also a question of utilization. How can you use the resources you have? How can you use buildings in the future, maybe in 20 years? How do you construct now? Are they flexible? Can they take other kinds of use? That's a very important thing. That's not material. That's the question: how do you program it? How do you make the floor design, things like that. Not only is the material ecologically sound, or things like that. Okay, do you want? Thank you for the very vivid. Oh, there's one.
That's my role.
Sorry, yes, I know, but I want to finish the discussion. Thank you very much for your vivid participation and for your lectures.
Yeah. Thank you for your moderation and thank you for your interesting contributions. And we will have a short summary or something, to end this. So thank you for your patience. Joining us for such a long day and for such a broad field of different inputs and a lot of knowledge that was communicated here. And we try to give something like a summary or how can we call it?
Yeah, maybe like a conclusion of maybe of the event. I think there are some. Interestingly, I didn't expect it in this sense that many of the topics were running through or across the entire event. Like what stuck with me perhaps the most, I mean it's a little bit ambiguous, is this notion of looseness, I think, is something that in each of the blocks was a critical concept, maybe want to call it, that it's about allowing more possibilities into what we consider as acceptable or desirable. And maybe also tapping into the unknown to some extent. But then the conflicting argument is maybe precision, a lack of precision, you might say. You would also maybe need to allow in, but then maybe it can be described as an increase in complexity and not lack of precision. And then at which point perhaps digital tools come in that help us with organizing complexity, and in the end we might end up with being challenged to expand the design scope or the design space, as Petra has called it in her lecture. So in the end, I think interestingly, many of these sort of threads are connected and intertwined, even though some aspects might be conflicting, and I still need to wrap my head around it. But I think this sort of idea of looseness, I think this was maybe the most inspiring idea moving forward. Because especially I think because it goes against optimization and minimization and avoiding. It's quite the opposite, and it's a quite lively, to me at least, quite lively idea.
Okay, so that was your key aspect. Now to mine. I would like to refer back to what was discussed in the last minute. The question was how to deal with climate change, and there were different answers. So from the audience, there was one question: isn't it more important to concentrate on the agriculture or on the landscape around the cities and not on the cities? So it sounded like what we do to bring in biosphere into the cities, that's nice, but it would be more important to care for the right green spaces around the cities. I think both is necessary. We really have to take into consideration or have to take care that cities do not expand anymore, because this also threats the green spaces around the cities. And we have to transform the cities in a way that they are really cities that help us to save energy, in the sense that we can walk nearly all distances for daily life on foot or cycle or go by public transportation, because this saves a lot of energy and helps mitigate the climate change. And on the other hand, I totally agree with you, for example, that in the area around the cities, we have to transform the agriculture again, and we have to protect those spaces that still are near nature or natural spaces, so that I think it's not true that an agricultural field is only a field for production, for feeding the human species, but it can be at the same time a space where a lot of other species can be fed. So it's only a matter of the right organization, like the right notion does not come to my mind at the moment, where rows of trees are combined with fields. What's the notion for that? Forest agriculture, something like that, huh? Yeah. Yeah, so that's one thing that I wanted to say at the end. And the other thing, what was very interesting for me was, and which was mentioned across all the panels, that it's very helpful to build or to design and create things very site-specific. Yeah, one interesting sentence was, materials have agency. That means on the one hand that when we make architecture, that we listen to what the material can tell us and what options it offers for us to create logic things, interesting things, and also to listen to the potential aesthetics that are in these materials. But on the other hand, it also means that we have to build with the resources that the specific site offers. And this was mentioned very often, and the best projects did that, yeah? So that they took the material which was available, be it natural material, be it the soil from the specific site, be it reclaimed material or whatever. But it also means that site-specific also means that you have to refer to the way of living of the people there. So it has to do very much with what people want and how they feel understood, like Oana told us, because they have to live with what we architects produce, and they have to develop it further. They have to identify with it, and only so architecture can thrive, and only so an entire neighborhood can thrive.
Yes, thank you, Karin, and also again, thank you very much for jumping in, taking over the moderation, and coming back for this sort of last event. So
this was my last Circular Strategies Symposium. I hope you liked it, and we will see whether it will be continued by my successor, Petra Gruber, and
thank you very much for 4 years of wonderful collaboration.
Yeah, and thank you
for
for your
coming.
patience and for your contributions and intelligent questions. Yeah? Have a nice evening. Ciao.
Thanks to you.